And welcome to the stream. It'll help if I turn my microphone on, right? Yeah, I didn't realize the desktop audio is going to play through the initial thumbnail intro. But the problem is, unlike really anything else, I can't seem to remove it from one scene without removing it from all the scenes. If that makes any sense. I'll have to. I didn't give myself a little time to try this out in OBS, so. Yeah, Sound and Music, right? Well, so yeah, for today's stream, because I did kind of skip last week, I thought, well, since I got 3 Dungeons and Dragons characters recreated in Soul Calibur 6, and I've already went through 2 of them, Quintessa and Variolus, thought maybe it'd be a good idea to try out for Korinthe Brauerin this time. And hopefully she'll be the easier one of the 3 because she doesn't have a lot of homebrew content to her. But with that said, you know, looking through the new book, they're having some significant changes. Oh, really? Okay. Yeah, because I mean, I already have the music set to like negative 11 decibels, you know, if that makes any sense. Alright, let me try and fix this a little bit then. Let's go down to like negative 22, I guess. Because negative 11 is usually good for like the Xbox and the my laptop. Actually, wait, I got an idea. I decided to just lower the my desktop audio. So, actually, no, that's probably a bad idea. Hold on. Alright, how does this sound? Oh, what's up, Ricora? Oh, thank you so very much for that. Alright, so, welcome our newest member, Ricora. Thank you. Well, here's hoping you get your money's worth then. I just got I have to update the members page. Actually, you might as well do that now because it's not that hard. Let's see, members. Yeah, and I actually show you, how the members page works because it's all in basically JavaScript because it makes use of the HTML5 canvas tag. All right, so since I really only need 2 columns, well, my mind is blanking. Well, thank you very much. All right, so Cora, and then we move Tiswas into column quote unquote 2 because that's the left column, this is the right column, and if necessary, I got a middle column, right? Yeah, and I decided to move stuff into a secondary set of windows, so I don't accidentally show up my emails like I did last time. Oops. FFmpeg. All right, well, there's the new members page, so save this. Go into OBS, replace, and there we go. So that's all updated, updated in real time. No, she's on there too. She's on. Let me pull it back up. Yeah, because I got 2. This is the wrong page. This is the wrong file. I saw M, right? Here we go. Yeah, so I mean, so like I said, I got 2 vertical columns, but I'm trying to go alphabetical order left to right. So, you know, Anthony, then Courtney, then Rakora, and then Tizwaz. Oh dear, well. I mean, I guess since my user handle comes from a vampire user, Dragus clan would make sense. But, yeah. Yeah, so, you know, you got 2 extra emojis. What was that Mr. Burns said in that Halloween special? Fresh victims from my ever-growing army of the undead. Something like that. Now if I can get 4 more, I can have actually a members page on the channel itself. Alright, well that's an exciting morning already. That's hot coffee. Okay. Okay, so one thing I kind of want to point out right from the get-go. I imagine quite a few people are probably shocked at just how tall Korinthe is. And there is kind of a silly reason for that. And granted, I'm not really sure how canonical this is, for lack of a better term, but... So here's the player's handbook for the 2nd edition of Advanced Dungeons & Dragons. Now, where is the section on stats? Or, like, not really stats, but, like, building the other characteristics. That's probably at 32. Let's see. Yeah, average height and weight. So, zoom in a bit, right? So, according to this book, right, the base height for humans, male and female, is 60 inches and 59 inches, respectively, right? Females tend to be lighter and shorter than males. Thus, the base numbers for height and weight are divided into male-female values. Note that the modifier still allows for a broad range in each category, right? So then, yeah, there's only a 1-inch difference, right? And Alright, I think I'm back on. I hope. Yeah, this is very, very unusual. Yeah, because I've had the internet crash out on me before, but usually, you know, once I reboot it by, you know, unplugging and replugging it, eventually OBS picks it back up again. But that is the first time where even OBS just stopped working, so thankfully I was able to just exit out of the whole thing and then reboot OBS itself, I guess. Yeah, it seems to be the case. Of course, just as I restart I can hear the garbage man outside, so I'll have to move the garbage bin back onto the property, maybe. Alright, where was I? Yeah, I was trying to explain why I made Korinthe as tall as I did. Because, I thought when creating her for Greyhawk, I thought, well, I'll go with the old AD&D, you know, generators for that. Great, now I've got a bit of a headache. Yeah, it's just, you know, since Record has become a new member, thank you. I really did not want to restart the stream now, but, well, and hopefully my issue with the audio, the desktop audio is fixed now. I picked a different source for the audio, so we'll see how that works. Because thankfully I can still mute my monitor, so I'm not actually hearing anything. But it should be, the music should be picking up. Yeah, cats can be like that. Actually, now I'm starting to miss my cat, Ray. Oh well. Alright, let's try to get back on track here. So yeah, so the thing about Korinthe is, as I mentioned in the description, years ago I promised myself if I wanted to make a new character for Greyhawk from like the ground up, I would play as a Cleric of Wenta, the goddess of the west wind, autumn, harvest, and beer. Actually, if we go back, I even had a little blurb about her from the Living Greyhawk Gazetteer. the alewife, the harvest daughter. The youngest Oeridian wind god, she always appears as a buxom, rosy-cheeked woman with straw in her hair and a large mug of beer, her holy symbol. She has no permanent ties to any one being, preferred to go where her heart takes her, and as such has been linked to many deities. The week of Brewfest is a holy time for her, although she prefers that people spend it cavorting and drinking rather than praying. She dislikes only her brother Telchur, seeing him as a black sheep always on her heels. The cool winds of autumn are winter's sign that it's time to reap. Winter's cold can be delayed with the warmth of ale and beer, and brewing deserves as much care as you would give your lover. A day of hard work in autumn is repaid with pleasantly cool nights, good friends, and plenty of good drink to loosen your tongue and quicken your heart. Winter's clerics are friendly, outgoing, and unafraid to talk to strangers. Their time of prayer is a brief interval before sundown. They're going to organize gatherings, particularly those involving alcohol, and direct harvest procedures so that work is shared fairly by all and finished early. Many work as brewmasters and travel to other parts of the world to enjoy the weather and local spirits. They travel to meet new people and spend time with friends, or because they agreed to do so while intoxicated. The holy water is actually blessed ale or beer. Alignment, chaotic good, domain, life, and weapon club. And granted, she has no official stats for 5th edition, but life is like the good, generic deity. Well, thank you very much, Record. Yeah, 'cause I mean, I finance other creators that I follow, but mostly just in super chats. That's... Let me explain the life domain a little bit. Because I don't know if I think the new book listed, but actually, I can open that anyway. So the old player's handbook and the revised player's handbook. Which I should have had these things open already, but... Cleric, 56. Let's try 57. Let's see. Knowledge. Life domain. Alright, so... The life domain focuses on the vibrant positive energy, one of the fundamental forces of the universe that sustains all life. The gods of life promote vitality and health through healing the sick and wounded, caring for those in need, and driving away the forces of death and undeath. Almost any non-evil deity can claim influence over this domain, particularly agricultural deities such as Chantea, Arowai, and Demeter, sun gods such as Lathander, Pelor, and Rehorakti, gods of healing or endurance such as Omada, Mishikal, Apollo, and Dianek, I don't know how to pronounce that one, and gods of home and community such as Hestia, Hathor, and Boldre. And so yeah, I forget, like I said, that's kind of the more generic domain you use if a cleric doesn't really, or if our cleric state doesn't really fit anywhere else, but I figure this is like the perfect match, right? Because, like I said, Korinthe is the goddess of autumn and harvest, so you got the agricultural aspect, and she's a goddess of community, you know, both for the harvest itself, and of course, you know, people gathering together to drink, right? And of course, alcohol has had a long history with medicine itself, either as an ingredient or just to dull the pain. So life domain seemed to make the most sense to me. With that said, I had also had Korinthe take the Magic Initiate feat to give her some druid spells back in the day. So she has Gust from Xanathar's Guide to Everything, to, again, the wind aspect. Shillelagh, because Winter's favorite weapon is the club, so that'll magically enchanted. And, you know, it's kind of cheesy, but Goodberry, which creates these little berries that'll sustain a person nutritionally and restore 1 hit point, which was a classic combination with the Disciple of Life ability. Your healing spells are more effective. Whenever you use a spell of first level or higher to restore hit points to a creature, the creature regains additional hit points equal to 2 plus the spell's level. So that means her Goodberries, at least at the time, restored 4 hit points instead of 1. Oh, and during Ghost of Saltmarsh, she actually befriended an actual pseudo-dragon named Bims. So while he's not summoned via the Find Familiar spell, he is bonded with her, so he is technically her familiar. And, you know, I didn't really expect to do any kind of ranting today, but I noticed that in the new Dungeon Master's Guide, they list Jalazi Salavarian of the Circle of Eight as a warlock now, not a wizard as she was before. And that's because she's long had a pseudo-dragon familiar. But according to the current rules, wizard, sorcerer, whoever, they can't have a pseudo-dragon as familiar. You have to be a warlock with a unique ability, like Pact of the Chain, I think it is. So I guess looking at that, the creators were like, well, instead of just altering the spell or something, we'll just make her a warlock. Because that makes sense. Like, I could have altered it so that if you cast Find Familiar with a higher level spell slot, you get better familiars, right? They could have done that. They didn't. But yeah, in Korinthe's case, Bims is an actual pseudo-dragon that she found. She didn't just summon him. Now, I'm really going to give myself a headache for this. Well, I guess since we're here, though, I could read off her backstory, too. Richfest the 7th, 558 of the common year, was a free day that saw spirits of Saltmarsh welcome the newest member of their family. You were the flower of your parents, Doris and Adolphus, and the occasional thorn in the side of your brother Ludwig. Yet as often as you tussled, you also stood together, strengthening your bonds over the years as he taught you how to fight like a radiant vigil of the Knights of the Watch. The mocks you displayed warmed hearts like cider, winter spirit flowing through you as you took the family tray with zeal, seeing how good drink and good words could soothe the soul. Raised with tales of the hold of the sea prince's raids against your homeland, the people's sorrows ignored by the throne of the lion, you learned lessons on self-reliance, necessary when the passing of your parents was followed by Ludwig going off to war in service to the crown, returning as one of the many dead, calculating to Keoland's growing losses. Now Saltmarsh and his people are all the family you have left. Personal goal, out with the new. Working beside your stout and heady foreman Rudolf Stein, you will continue your family's tradition of slaking your thirst at Saltmarsh's taverns, while also knowing the tensions brewing in town. The kingdom's northern conflicts have drained Keoland's coffers, turning the crown's attention south where coastal mines have offered untapped wealth. This has brought about resentment from the locals who have already lost so much under the sea princes. Only when the kingdom is in need does it take notice of Saltmarsh, seeking to bring safety and security to the region. As it costs your family and others have paid dearly, and you have no intention for that bill to ever again come due. Alignment, neutral, good. You have always believed in the innate goodness of people, offering them a friendly smile, kind words, and warm ale, and to do what you could to bring out the best in everyone, even if it took a few drinks to inflame their spirits. However, you know full well that there are plenty of brigands out there who would prey upon others for their own selfish reasons, from foul, unrepentant criminals like the hold of the sea princes, to those who disguise themselves as benevolence such as the throne of the lion. Only together can the free folk of Saltmarsh hold on to their traditions, and from those traditions maintain the freedom they've enjoyed for generations. Whew. And then there's quite a bit of name dropping here. For example, Korinthe's father, Adolphus, is named after Adolphus Busch, one of the co-founders of Anheuser-Busch, right? Her mother, Doris, and I'll probably get the last name wrong, but she's named after a nun, I believe, named Doris Engelhardt, or Engelhard. But yeah, she's a nun living in Bavaria, and she's like one of the few legitimately licensed master brewers in Europe. And Ludwig, my understanding, Ludwig, the German version of Louis, is basically just a name meaning great warrior, well-renowned warrior. And I always had in my mind that her brother died in battle. And that's because 5th edition has a type of equipment called a trinket, which is very cheap but very unusual, and it's supposed to help give flavor to her character. And one of these trinkets was, it says right here, Ludwig's Ritter der Wachen rank insignia, the Knights of the Watch, right? And I think in the actual player's handbook it would say something like the rank insignia of a lost legionnaire. And so considering that considering that the Kingdom of Keoland has been in conflict with its western neighbors, kind of a western expansionism really, I figured I would connect into that. Especially when you take into account that in the Ghost of Saltmarsh adventure, there's 3 major political factions vying for power. The Loyalists, those who are loyal to the crown, the Traditionalists, who are basically loyal to Saltmarsh, and then the Scarlet Brotherhood, or an outside source who basically want to take over. In here. So here, here I got the Traditionalists, and I even made a little custom logo based on the green reeds of Saltmarsh with waves in the background, right? And so, to look at the little quote-unquote motto, at least that's what I usually fit on top of here, Traditions, traditions. Without our traditions, our lives would be just as shaky as a fiddler on the roof. It's the very first thing that came to mind. Yeah, the Traditionals faction is an alliance of the prominent fishing families and merchants in Saltmarsh, along with the workers who rely on those industries for a living. They remember the terrible times during the Sea Prince's raids and have no desire to see Keoland's ambitions lead to open war. Goals: to see the dwarves' mining efforts fail, turn the North interest away from Saltmarsh, prevent the town guard and royal agents from interfering, ensure that Saltmarsh's dependable fishing trade can thrive. Beliefs: the old way of doing things has allowed Saltmarsh to survive. Smuggling is an easy way to make money and is seen as a victimless crime. I will kind of disagree with that, but Loyalty to the crown runs second to the desire for peace and quiet. At their best, traditionalists are community-minded folk who resent the intrusion of outsiders seeking to transform Saltmarsh and undoubtedly drain power from the fishing families to give to dwarves and merchants. They suffered mightily due to the Sea Prince's depredations and remember the days when the crown turned a blind eye to their troubles. Edda Allen leads a faction and can count on Gellin Earthfoster to back her up. Anders Solmar is young and unpredictable, but he has supported the traditionalist viewpoints on most issues. Actually, a thought just occurred to me. I actually do have a painted figurine of Korinthe, which looks very much like this and her Soul Calibur self. Maybe I should try to take a photograph of that and include that in the thumbnail, along with Quintessa and Variolis. Yeah, I mean, I don't think my camera phone's gonna be the best option, but I guess it's worth a shot. I'll have to keep that in mind. But yeah, this is actually precisely why I made her a Volksheld or a folk hero. And her title, High Priestess of Wenta, that actually comes from 1st edition, back when character levels had their own titles associated with them. So once you reach, I think, 11th level, you were considered like a High Priest or a High Priestess. Because I thought that'd be a little more flavorful than just, you know, Cleric Life Domain, which would be more appropriate, I suppose, but... And yeah, you know, like I said, I tried to learn a little bit of German, again, some years ago to translate some aspects of her character to represent her native language, Keolandish. In fact, I've actually pulled that up. So, we'll go to the Living Greyhawk Gazetteer. And I'll go down to the Living Greyhawk Gazetteer. Yes, Living Greyhawk Gazetteer. So probably around page 12 or so. Here we go. Alright. Keolandish. This widespread dialect of Old High Oeridian has local admixtures. It is spoken in and around Keoland. And you also got Common. A combination of ancient Babylonish and the dialect of Old Oeridian spoken in the Great Kingdom was the basis of this trader's tongue. Beginning centuries ago as Middle Common, the language contained many obviously Oeridian elements, and the contributions of Babylonish grammatical structure and vocabulary are clearly identifiable. Regional variations were also pronounced, but all these elements became blended and standardized during the years of Early dominance, resulting in the birth of the Overking's Common tongue, later simply called Common. Any traveler must learn Common or be greatly handicapped. Very often, the language must be translated into Common before it can be translated into another language. And so, you know, Common clearly has a, I don't want to say like a background or connection, but like it's clearly influenced by English, right? Because yeah, Common starts off as Middle Common, and of course, 700 years ago, we had Middle English, which is largely English, or I say Anglo-Saxon, merged with Norman French, right? Or Old Oeridian merged with Ancient Babylonish. And of course, Anglo-Saxon is a Germanic language, and of course, German is a Germanic language and has its origin with Old High German, like Old High Oeridian. So in this mindset of mine, I kind of treat like Old Oeridian as being like Proto-Germanic, for, you know, lack of a better example, really. Thus, you know, with a splinter off, like the Aerian dialect of Old Oeridian would be closer to Anglo-Saxon, and Keolandish would be closer to Old High German. So yeah, well, that, you know, combined with her being a priestess to a goddess of beer, is why I gave her such a German influence. Which, of course, you don't really know when I'm playing Soul Calibur because there's no German accents, but... And granted, you know, if anyone can translate this better, I'd certainly appreciate it. I mean, I tried my best, you know, and I'm not even sure if I can actually remember everything now. Yeah, I had was like, when I put my mind to... I'm gonna leave the mouse alone. When I set my mind to something, I always follow through. As such, I judge people on their actions, not their words. And for ideals, Saltmarsh and its people deserve to be treated with respect and dignity. Bonds. I grew up in this town, I love this town, and I'll protect this town. And flaws, I always had trouble trusting in strangers. Or something to that degree. Let's see, it's a new book. Oh, where's a section on... I'm going blind here. The section on backgrounds, there we go. Let's see, Outlander, Hermits, Guild. Yeah, here we go. Folk hero. You come from a humble social rank, but you are destined for so much more. Already the people of your home village regard you as their champion, and your destiny calls you to stand against the tyrants and monsters that threaten the common folk everywhere. Now, granted, in my mind, I was thinking she starts off as completely ordinary, but would grow into being a folk hero, right? Yeah, so that's why I kind of ignored the whole defining event aside from, you know, her brother dying in battle. You got the rustic hospitality feature. Since you come from the ranks of the common folk, you fit in among them with ease. You can find a place to hide, rest, or recuperate among other commoners, unless you have shown yourself to be a danger to them. They will shield you from the law or anyone else searching for you, though they will not risk their lives for you. Alright, and of course, you know, here's the old characteristics, right? So yeah, I judge people by their actions, not their words. When I set my mind to something, I follow through. I did have to truncate a little bit. People deserve to be treated with dignity and respect. Let's see. Yeah, this is modified this. I work the land, I love the land, and I'll protect the land, so... Where's the last one? And yeah, I have trouble trusting in my allies. Well, yeah, so I modified that to strangers, because the people of Keoland are known for being rather... I don't want to say phobic or anything, but they do tend to keep to themselves. Aside from, again, Saltmarsh being a coastal community. Oh yeah, and one other thing I want to point out, right? So, for the foreman of her brewery, I went with Rudolph because of Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer, because, you know, there's the whole trope of if you drink too much alcohol, you get a red nose. And Stein is, like, you know, a drinking vessel, but it's also the German word for stone. And so I kind of imagined it as like this big burly guy, right? So I thought, yeah, I figured. Oh, and also my favorite soda is Moxie. So I had to include that as well. Alright, so I think that is the general background of Korinthe. At least in terms of story. And yeah, so she, you know, being a 12th level character, she has, of course, obtained some nice equipment, you know, adamantine chainmail. She keeps her brother's shield, which she had magically enchanted, so it's just a +1 bonus, but Necklace of Prayer Breeze, which is kind of busted, all things considered, because she can cast Cure Wounds, 2nd level, or Lesser Restoration, but as a bonus action, not a regular action. Got an Ever-Burning Torch, which is from 3rd edition, so it's just a torch with continual flame cast on it. She received a dagger from an NPC, and then have at least with alchemical silver. And, oh, actually, yeah, I'm gonna... Yeah, that was back when you, like, add silver to an item for, like, 100 gold pieces or something like that. So I'm not sure how the price point is going to work now, how... And, of course, got various material components, so 3 large diamonds for casting Raised Dead, vial of powdered ruby, a backpack with a golden reliquary, that's needed for a high-level spell, 4 flasks of blessed ale, which was mentioned earlier, 2 flasks of powdered silver, and 7 sticks of incense. And yeah, one thing that always kind of came to mind was like, they will list like prices and weights for coins and, you know, the like value for coins, the weight for coins, and for like, you know, ingots and whatnot, right? They don't really do that for gemstones. Like you can get like, say, you know, 3 large diamonds worth 500 gold pieces each, but what does large mean in this context? And so for another bit of tangent of sorts, let's see, I go to Dragon Magazine, because I forgot I had the books tab already open. I want to say I want issue 8. So this is going to go way, way, way back into 1st edition. There is an article about gemstones. I think it was this one. Maybe not. 39. I guess I should look this one up too. Well, okay, so in the off chance that I can't find it, yeah, there's a table for generating gemstones, both price, type, and weight. So, for example, like you roll a die and you find a gemstone that weighs 5 carats, and it's worth 200 gold pieces per carat, and it happens to be a diamond. You know, that kind of idea. Wait, what's this? I mean, I would presume it's a... Because it was an article, so I presume we'd be listening to the contents section. Oh dear. I think it's towards the back anyway. Oh yeah, here we go. A real evaluation issue 8. A real evaluation. I cannot talk today. A re-evaluation of gems and jewelry in D&D by Robert J. Kuntz. I hope I pronounced that last name right. And so yeah. Carat determination, gem's basic value, and then of course you can also choose the type of gem, right? So yeah, you can roll a gem that weighs 100 carats, and it's worth 200 gold pieces per carat. That's gonna be, because I think it's like what, 5 carats per gram. And so yeah, it always made me wonder, like, okay, you know, how much of a gemstone or like a powdered gemstone or crushed or whatever can be held in like a vial, like a glass vial, right? Or in the case like powdered silver, she needs 50 gold pieces worth, which would be basically 1 pound of silver. Well, you're probably going to carry that in a flask, not a small vial, so you probably want something a bit stronger, I suppose. Yeah, that's crazy. I imagine like 2,000 gold pieces worth of powdered ruby isn't going to be that voluminous. But that's where I kind of went with there as well. And of course, you know, as the clerics have, the idea is that try to fill up as many spells as I can in this section, and then of course I just pick how many are actually prepared for that day. But it's also all fairly typical for a cleric. Yeah, so you got the shillelagh, got our silver dagger, got the rules for the gust spell, divine strike, and, you know, equipment: adamantine chainmail, Ludwig's shield, Ogmund's dagger, a belaying pin or club from the Sea Geist or Sea Ghost, which is the party's ship at the time. As I remember correctly, I believe the belaying pin is used to help pin down the ship's rigging, like the sails and whatnot. But, you know, it was a common, cheap weapon, you know. And I figured, you know, in the off chance I get to play as her again, but she's adventuring somewhere far away, you know, she keeps a piece of the party's ship with her, so to speak. She's got a necklace of prayer beads, a set of fine clothes with a shamrock brooch, a holy ember winter with a sprig of mistletoe, bins the suit of dragons on her, got a pouch with her brother's rank insignia, tinderbox, 4 potions of superior healing, because she got the herbalism kit, material components, backpack with worskin, ever-burning torch, brewer's supplies, of course, herbalism kit, mess kit, bedroll, bar soap. Oh yeah, I guess I should bring some bottles from Spirituals and Fon Saltmarsh. So 1 sea salt ale, her brewery. I think that's how it's pronounced. Basically home brew, because I can't really think of a better name, right? Because I think, you know, yeah, she lives on the coast, so why not have home brew ale made with sea salt? Which I've actually had before. It's not bad. I mean, again, I'm not really a beer drinker, but there was a local shop that had some, so I figured I'd try it. 1 cinnamon ale, Bim Stockel, which I think means Bim Sting. Because, yeah, if I remember correctly, I think pseudo dragons actually have a poisonous stinger on their tail. I think. It has been a while. But I think, yeah, let's mix in some cinnamon, right? And 1 peppermint ale, Golo's Gone. And that's because one of the members of our party was a Goliath named Golo, and during one of the adventures, he found this gone, and he asked, hey, can I use this for a shield? So the DM was like, yeah, why not? And then in a later adventure, he died in battle as well. So I thought, well, alright, Korinthe will make a peppermint ale in his honor, because Goliaths typically live in very mountainous regions, so it's going to be very cool. But of course, cold wind, cold weather can be very biting at the same time. And then she got 2 draft horses with a beer wagon, bits and bridles, and barrels, right? Barrels of ale. And yeah, her language is Celestial, because she's a cleric to a good-aligned deity. Hobnisvaka, the halfling tongue, because there are a number of unnamed halfling villages around Saltmarsh. Of course, her native language is Keolandish, and the Overking's common tongue. So 1, 2, 3, 4. And this I should not have a problem with, because in the new rule set, basically every character starts off with 3 languages by default. So like common and then 2 of your choice. So, but then there was a Sword Coast Adventurer's Guide had an optional rule, I'm sure I brought it up in the previous stream, where if you're playing as a human who has like an ethnic language, you have proficiency with that for free. So I'm making use of that, right? So Keolandish is our native language, then Overking's common tongue as a second language, of course Hobnisvaka, and Celestial, so that's all taken care of. Because I'm going to be dropping the Prodigy feat, so I don't have to include this anymore. Oh, actually, I was going to bring this up earlier. So I've made some alterations to Quintessa. I'm not going to go too in depth, but I decided to sort of drop the dagger, double dagger symbols, and just go with superscript numbers, kind of like, like with Wikipedia, right? So like 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I figured that'd make things a little bit more easier to track. The only exception is her magically boosted intelligence score. I'm still using a asterisk for that, because having a little number next to a bigger number seems kind of odd. Let's reset this. So now that I'm talking about Quintessa for like a good talking about Korinthe for the good 20 minutes or so, I guess now it's time to actually start updating her a bit. So here's a fresh page. Yeah, Korinthe Brauerin revised. I'm not going to go with 2024, just go with revised, because that's actually kind of what I did with 3.5, so to speak. Sort of. Because if you notice, like with all these PDFs, I went with like 3E, 2E, 1E. So I actually have a 3.0 copy of the player's handbook. Should be... Oh no! I guess I don't have a 3.0 copy of the player's handbook. But I do have the 3.5 copy, and since 3.5 was revised, I just called it revised. Because I feel like writing 3.5e would just be a little awkward. Because I think as a rule of thumb, you don't want to use too many periods in a file name anyway. At least back in the day. So, I guess first things... So, one tab. Yeah, first things first. So yeah, here's the new player's handbook. So let's start with race again, or species. Let's see here. Species descriptions, human, 194. Alright, that's orc. Yeah, here's human. So again, this is not going to be that much of a change, really. So you gain heroic inspiration when you finish a long rest. You gain proficiency in one skill of your choice. And versatile, you gain an origin feat of your choice. Right, so... I can close up the members page. Now, I actually did manage to track down an old character sheet of Korinthe that I had printed out back when she was still first level. And the only change between then and now is that her wisdom went from 16 to 20. I think that's the only change, because for feats she had magic initiate and she had prodigy. And so I think the idea is prodigy would have been her first level human bonus feat to give her some extra stuff. Then I think I gave her magic initiate to give her some druid spells to enhance her flavor. Because I didn't want to go full nature domain, because that's a little too raw, for lack of a better term. Because that's all about the natural world, like forests and animals too. But Wenta is an agricultural deity, but that's not quite as significant as, say, the nature god Obadhai, for example. Yeah, it's like comparing Hestia, like the goddess of the hearth, with Demeter, I think. Or maybe comparing Demeter to Artemis. Maybe it's a bad example. But yeah, I want to give her prodigy to give her like an extra skill, extra language, extra tool proficiency. I think that's where she got the herbalism kit from. Yeah. And yeah, so then they're gonna give her magic initiate at level 4, and then at level 8 and level 12, that's a 2-point bonuses to wisdom each. And so now how this works is that there's no more background features, it just gets replaced with a feat. And we'll get to that later. So what do we have? So let's start off small. We got strength 14, dexterity 10. Like I said, she is a big girl. Constitution 16, so she's very healthy. Intelligence 11, so just above the human average. Wisdom, so originally 16, and charisma 18. So yeah, I'm going to sound very pervy here, but I figured her large breasts gave her an extra point each. Yeah, because I imagine her as being like a very joyous and outgoing person, basically everything I'm not. So yeah. Now, the thing about the variant human race was that you would receive a 1 point bonus to 2 ability scores. Which, of course, that's not the case anymore. So I guess, ideally, I would just, I don't know, pick 2 even scores and then subtract 1. So I don't... Because that's the problem, though. I don't... Because Quintessa and Varios were both built using the Pathfinder ability raise systems, or like the point buy systems. I think with Korinthe, I really did just roll her scores. Like 46 drop the rolls. Actually, I forgot what method the DM gave us. Because again, this is like 6 years ago now. I can't believe it's been that long. Yeah, I guess I'll just go with, let's say, drop 1 point off Charisma, drop 1 point off Constitution. Alright, so what do we have for human traits? So resourceful, I'll add that in later. Skillful, so +1 skill. Versatile, +1 origin feat. And so I think what I'll do is that, since I want to replace Prodigy with Skill Expert, which is a general feat, I'll have her origin feat be Magic Initiate. Magic Initiate Druid. And so this way she'll still have Gus from Xanathar's Guide, because that never really got updated. She'll still have Shillelagh, and she'll still have Goodberry. Again, to add a little bit more flavor. Yeah, because like in 3rd edition, domains had 1 spell each from level 1 to level 9. And each domain had their own like unique powers too. So there was, and oh, actually, I guess I should say, in 3rd edition, clerics had 2 domains that they would pick from. And like for each domain spell slot they prepared, they'd pick one from one domain or the other. So you could alternate too. And so the problem with 5th edition is you only get 1 domain, so I went with Magic Initiate to give her a bit more of a natural flavor. So not quite the nature domain, but sort of in between. Okay, by old character sheets required, which one do you mean? Oh, my son Junior sounds adorable. So yeah, that's, in that case, yeah, now we gotta move to background, which actually I think, yeah, here we go. Yeah, because backgrounds come before species. Alright. So yeah, one thing that kind of disappointed me is that they dropped the folk hero background. Yeah, you got Acolyte, Artisan, Charlatan, Criminal, Entertainer, Farmer, Guard, Guide, Hermit, Merchant, Noble, Sage, Sailor, Scribe, Soldier, and Wayfarer. And so I suppose Artisan would be the closest equivalent. In fact, actually, I did check that original character sheet. Originally, I did have Guild Artisan as her background before I switched it to folk hero. But I suppose I could just borrow from the Dungeon Master Guide and just recreate folk hero. It wouldn't be that hard, really. I just have to pick an appropriate school proficiency. Well, actually, not really an appropriate feat. Actually, what is Artisan? Yeah, here we go. Yeah, so you began mopping floors and scrubbing counters in an artisan's workshop for a few coppers per day as soon as you were strong enough to carry a bucket. When you were old enough to apprentice, you learned to create basic crafts of your own, as well as how to sweet-talk the occasional demanding customer. Your trade has also given you a keen eye for detail. And so yeah, when she's done adventuring, she is managing her family's brewery. So this is the most logical option. And granted, I don't really want to make custom backgrounds too much, because I feel like it is slightly cheesing things, right? Because, like, for example, look at these ability scores, right? Strength, Dexterity, Intelligence, which is everything I did not really, or I should say, because Korinthe's best scores were Constitution, Wisdom, and Charisma. So, I mean, again, I could just be like really cheesy and just say, you know, keep Constitution and Charisma as is, drop 1 point from Strength, 1 point from Dexterity. What I said? Yeah, Dexterity, Intelligence, Strength. I could do that then, right? So then if I give her the Artisan feat, or the Artisan background, yeah, I'll just add 1 point back to that, and then 1 point to Intelligence, which will even that out. You know, it's kind of cheesy, but that could work. Actually, then again, let's see, that's 177. I'm gonna try to look up equipment. No, that's not equipment. Here we go. Armor. Yeah, in order to wear plate armor, you need to have a minimum strength of 15, otherwise you start suffering penalties. So I could add 2 points to strength and 1 point to dexterity. There's that. Make it a little bit stronger. I mean, after all, she can move around big barrels of ale, so. Alright, so what else do we have? Feats, Craft, Siege Chapter 5. Skill, Proficiencies, Investigation, and Persuasion. Alright, so she did have the Persuasion skill right there, which I guess was probably a bonus skill via the Prodigy feat. I didn't really give her Investigation, but... Oh, okay, yeah, that makes sense. I was gonna say, because, I'm getting a bit of a tangent here. I should have it. PDF. No, it's graphics. Here we go. Yeah, because when you said, oh, like, I actually do have an AD&D character sheet in PDF form. I can't type anything onto it just yet. But actually, how censored is this? Or level, I should say. Yeah, it's actually not that level. Oh, dear. It's actually not that level at all. Actually, I think I did make a PNG version, though. Yeah, here we go. Oh, that's much smaller, though. Alright, well. Think about this some other time. Yeah, I need to... I'm getting myself distracted here, aren't I? Okay, well... Yeah, because I didn't really mention her having investigation. Because she would have 2 skills from our cleric class, so like say religion and medicine. I think was a choice. Animal handling and survival was from folk hero, and that's actually a big reason why she has a beer wagon and those 2 horses. And then she also would have had a bonus skill from being a human, which is probably perception, because that is probably one of the more useful skills in the game. Which is, of course, why Quintessa doesn't have it, right? Well, Quintessa is very self-centered, so... So already I'm not quite sure how I'm going to handle this. Right, let's just do this. Origin feat, Magic Initiate Druid. Or you know, just... do this. Just because I'm pedantic like that. First level. So origin. Said crafter, I believe. 4th, 8th, and 12th. Which in her case probably isn't so much going to be feats, but just regular ability score increases to wisdom again. So that probably should be general, skill, expert. No, let's just do this. Ability score. Is that actually what they call it? Like just ability score increase? Ability score improvement. Alright. Yeah, increase 1 ability score of your choice by 2, or increase 2 ability scores of your choice by 1. This feat can't increase an ability score above 20. You can take this feat more than once. Okay, so that'd be just plus 2 wisdom. Yeah, you see, the reason I'm hesitating is because skill expert adds 1 point to an ability score of your choice. So I could do that and then pick another general feat that would increase wisdom. And then, yeah, that would give her all of her skills back. Or her ability scores, I should say. So, yeah, say 15 strength, 10 dexterity. Yeah, the strength modifier will still be plus 2. That won't change, but she will be able to carry more weight. Man, so right now that would bring her to 19. Yeah, 19. And then let's see what we got for skills. Human. Yeah, just try to even things out here. Question mark. Yeah, just go with Artisan for now. So, investigation and persuasion. Cleric. Cleric again. I'm not really sure what pages clerics are on. That's barbarian. That's bard. Here we go, here's Cleric. Okay, choose 2. History, Insight, Medicine, Persuasion, or Religion. Alright, we already got Persuasion. She doesn't have Insight, she doesn't have History. But she does have Medicine and Religion, so... Medicine... Religion... And then Skill... Experts. I mean, I suppose she doesn't really need survival, though. I mean... Because, I mean, you know, if she's traveling from one place to another, you know, she'll rough it outdoors, but... She's got food with her, so she doesn't really need to go hunting or anything. But yeah, I would like to keep animal handling, at least for the draft horses. So, and then that just leaves perception. So, we could make that change then. So, human... Let's see. Start off with perception, and then skill experts. Animal handling. This is going to be general anyway, but I'll just put a question mark there. Yeah, see, I just want to keep... I want to keep Quintessa open just as a copy-paste. Actually, no, you want... I got an idea. Let me refresh this program. Here's what I can do. So I'll open up Corinthe's old character sheet. Open up the new one. Then I open up Quintessa. But then move her to the back. So this way, when I need to reset my page position, or like my page history, it'll reset back to Corinth. I should have done that. I didn't think about that. So what we got? No. Okay, instead of just going that, let's go with just Cleric, Life domain, plus 12. Did I just say plus 12? Yeah, just like with Quintessa, Sorcerer, Ancient Sorcery 15, so I guess to be more appropriate. I'm not really sure what the German word for artisan is. I could look that up, actually. Let's see here. What do I want to open? Because normally I would open up this in case I want to access my website without accessing the main page. Actually, never mind. I'll do this. Here we go. Google Translate. Yeah, you click on Korinthe, it'll open up Google Translate German to English. Yeah, so I went on to the For Dummies website and just copied down as much free information as I could on German, and then made a web page out of it. So you got little drop-down menus of sorts, right? So this is what I was using to help myself. Let's see here. Artisan. Handwerkerin, I think.
Handwerkerin.
Let's go with that then. I mean, hey, there's a feminine form a feminine form for it, so that does work for her. Oh, craftswoman, craftsman. Well, that makes sense. Because I mean, I don't want to just go with say Brauerin because that's our last name. Brauerin is the feminine form of Brauer, which is the German word for brewer, and the English equivalent of that is Brewster. Yeah, so like, if you meet someone whose last name is Brewer, they had an ancestor who was a man who made beer. And if you meet someone whose last name was Brewster, they had an ancestor who was a woman who brewed beer. So that's where that comes from. Oh, welcome, Daniel. Hey, you know what? I get that. You know, yeah, trying to catch a bus can be a pain in the ass, a pain in the rear. Actually, I just came to my. But yeah, so, you know, she got an occupational last name, you know, like Smith, Carpenter, Gardner, Fletcher, etc. Actually, yeah, because even Greyhawk mentions this, right, in like the old player's guide to Greyhawk from 2nd edition. Let's see. Role-playing, family tree, playing characters, names and forms of address. Here we go. Alright, common humanity. Most ordinary folk have a single name. If an individual has a trait of any kind, this might be added to his name, as in Dormir Gemcutter or Thaddeus the Armorer. If an individual is easily identifiable by some physical or behavioral characteristic, it is possible that he'll be tagged with this, as in Janko Wide-Eyed or Gitta the Quick. If a family member within a couple of generations has some reasonable local fame, that might be substituted for the career tag, as in Marin, cousin of Huel Orc Cleaver. When traveling and identifying oneself to strangers, one's home becomes part of his name. Kendrin of Hook Hill or Stonehold Jack. Which I actually kind of like how that name sounds. I guess it kind of reminds me of Candlejack from Freakazoid, or who's that kind of, not really a goblin, but it's like Springhill Jack, I think was a character. And, you know, and I say in Quintessa's case, regardless of background, most wizards are identified by a single name. Mordenkainen or Bigby are examples. Generally, the higher a mage's eminence, the more likely this is, though there are extremely powerful mages with multiple names like Jalazi Salivarian or Anwaner Starcoat. So that's why Quintessa is typically just called Quintessa. Like, otherwise I would just go the naming convention for nobles. But yeah, so Korinthe's got an occupational name. So yeah, craftswoman. Well, let me copy and paste my own name, right? And let's see, Keoish human. Sort of a blending of the Oeridian people with some Suluese admixture. Neutral good. And 100,000 experience points using the German number notation. Yeah, I thought maybe it'd be easier for me to just sort of start fresh this time. Just try to go at this piece by piece. Proficiency plus 4. Initiative is 0, I'm pretty sure, yeah. And I'm sure hit points will be the same. That's one. Is it 10d8 for hit points? Oh, it's 12d8, right, because she's a 12 level character. I got the hit die wrong. Yeah, like the carpenter's group. Was it? I think Karen Carpenter, I think her brother too, because I think they were a duet until she regrettably passed away. That's depressing, isn't it? Alright, so what do we have for ability scores? 15, that's plus 2. 10 for dexterity, plus 0. 16 constitution, plus 3. Intelligence 11, so it's also plus 0. Wisdom, let's go with 16. Oh, this is 6. 16 for now, and then charisma 18. Again, at least until I have all of her feats sorted out. Yeah, that should be it for her skills. Well, you know what? The goal is to hit 20 wisdom anyway, so I'll just do that. Alright, so we got animal handling, medicine, persuasion, perception, religion, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, right, and now she has investigation. Yeah, I'm just not used to that. And I'll copy the skills over. Because normally if I just do like one digit, it comes out, well, yeah, normally if I do one digit, it comes out really big. If I do 2, it comes out smaller, like a lot smaller. So I try to add some spaces to pad it out. Okay, strength 2. I think this really only applies to athletics. Dexterity 0, intelligence 0, so I can leave that alone for now. Constitution, that's not a skill anymore. Or because it used to be the concentration skill in 3rd edition. Wisdom. Alright, we got 5. Perception, that's 5, and let's see, 4-point proficiency bonus, that bumps up to 9. Medicine becomes 9. Insights is 5. And animal handling is 9. And then charisma, so 4. 4 for intimidation. 4 for performance. And 8 for persuasion. And then she has 4 proficiency 4 for religion. And then with the prodigy feats, I gave her expertise, which is doubled that. So let me try to line this up a bit. Oh, I can't go back any further. Oh well. I guess kind of I think it's like a 40-page turn limit to the history. No, that's alright. It's alright. Oh, yeah. Yeah, so now... investigation becomes a 4. Alright. So I had this little notation here for stealth. Because the armor she wears inflicts her with disadvantage on the stealth rolls. As in, I'd roll 2 20-sided die and pick the worst of the 2 results. But I'm not gonna bother mucking off persuasion. Yeah, so her survival skill is gone, but now she has investigation. But other than that, that should be okay. Alright, I'm gonna use this opportunity to copy this stuff down for the moment. We got +9, +6. Bludgeoning damage. Piercing damage. No damage. And I'll copy this down as is for the moment. Let's go back a little bit. Actually, yeah, I should probably do the saving throws as well. So charisma and wisdom. I'm pretty sure that's still the same. Yeah, wisdom and charisma. Oh, yeah, fair enough. Yeah, see, when I hear the name Sabrina, I think like Sabrina the Teenage Witch. Yeah, I'm not even really familiar with any new bands at this point. So, Strength 2, Constitution 3. Wisdom. So that should be 9 and 8. Right, yeah. And I'm throwing myself off here because, yeah, her strength went up. Actually, yeah, armor classes should probably remain the same. I don't think I'm going to switch out her armor. And because it's heavy armor, she doesn't apply dexterity anyway, so... Yeah, the adamantine chainmail with her shield. Her +3 shield. Actually, I was just... thinking of the resilience feat. Which adds, like, 1 point to 1 ability score. And then you gain proficiency with the associated saving throw. But the problem with that is that her constitution modifier won't change. And that means her wisdom will still be at 19, so... No, I'm not going to worry about... she can take that when she's level 16, I guess. But... So she'll need something that boosts her wisdom score by 1. Alright, so I should take care of skill expert then. Let's see. There we go, yeah. So yeah, increase 1 ability score of your choice by 1 to a maximum of 20. You gain proficiency in 1 skill of your choice. So, like, animal handling. And choose 1 skill in which you have proficiency with, but lack expertise. You gain expertise, which in our case would be religion. Or just... yeah. Yeah, so that's taken care of. I still gotta deal with the crafter feat, though. So yeah, this is the wrong section. General feats. Okay, you're a crafter. Alright. You gain the following benefits. You gain proficiency with 3 different artisan tools of your choice from the fast crafting table. Discount. Whenever you buy a non-magical item, you receive a 20% discount on it. I mean, that is nice. Fast crafting. When you finish a long rest, you can craft one piece of gear from the fast crafting table, provided you have the artisan's tools associated with that item and have proficiency with those tools. The item lasts until you finish another long rest, at which point the item falls apart. No, it's okay, Daniel. It's okay. Yeah, I keep forgetting how old I am, so to speak. Alright, so here's the fast crafting table. It does not include the brewer supplies, but if we go back, the artisan background does give her one tool proficiency. Choose one kind of artisan's tools. See chapter 6. Let's see. What was the section on equipment? Okay, that's a little too far. I think it's spells. Alright, here you go, tools. So, artisan's tools. Each focus on crafting items and pursuing a trade. Each of these tools require a separate proficiency, right? And so here you go, brewer supplies. Ability intelligence, which for her is average, but oh well. Utilize, detect poison drink, or identify alcohol. So, and she can craft antitoxins. Oh, actually, let me check that fast crafting table again. Yeah, because like she absolutely needs the brewer supplies for her background. Like, again, it's in her name. But I also want her to have the herbalism kits, which is how she made the superior potions. Is the acid? Because I don't know what else would work with that. Other tool. Oh yeah, so it lists as an other tool. Herbalism kit, 5 gold pieces. Craft antitoxin candle, healer's kit, potion of healing. Yeah, that's not listed as an artisan. Oh dear. Because the skilled feat would give her 2 proficiencies, but it doesn't boost her ability scores, though. Because I don't really want her to lose wisdom. Unless I just drop, I don't want to lose skill expert either. Yeah, it is kind of the problem with this recent update to the rules. Like, some things have gone better, and in a way, some things have gone worse. I wonder how many general feats give tool proficiencies. Probably not that many. And granted, Tavern Brawler would be appropriate for her, but... Yeah, see, the chef feat gives proficiency with cook's utensils, but that's not the same thing. So I think what I might have to do then is maybe drop skill experts and just give her the skilled origin feat for some extra tool proficiencies. And then just make this a ability score improvement for another 2 points of wisdom. So she'll lose the expertise in religion though. I wish this thing would scroll a little bit faster, but... Yeah, and there's that resilient feat I mentioned earlier. proficient with one skill, and you gain expertise in the skill. Yeah, I think that's what I'll have to do then. Yeah, skilled. You gain proficiency in any combination of 3 skills or tools of your choice. So I'll probably have to go with that. So that way she can still have the herbalism kit. Because I mean, I just figured it would be natural for a cleric to make potions of healing, especially considering that, again, brewing is her background, so you got that as well. Yeah, it's actually kind of disappointing that the brewer supplies lets you make antitoxin but not potions of healing. I find it very, very odd. Yeah, crafter. You gain proficiency with 3 different artisans tools, but they have to be from the fast crafting table, which. So, artisan, fast. In that case, I'll drop religion down to 4 then. I mean, hey, that way she can get the survival skill back. Actually, what were those other cleric skills? History, insight, medicine, persuasion, or religion. So I could give her history and insight. Or actually, no, it's. I have to give her one or the other. Actually, no. Ooh, yeah, that's right. So if I'm dropping. No, Sobi. Yeah, because she can animal handling via skill expert. Okay, so I'm using skilled feat. So be animal handling, the herbalism kit. I guess insight, really, because if you're gonna conduct business like actual mercantile capitalism business, you probably should have some insights, huh? That would make a lot of sense. Let's see here. Artisan, the crafter feats, that should take care of that. So I'll knock off insights and add another 4 points. What we got here? 1, 2, 7 skills. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. All right. Now, I could go with the carpenter's tools and the wood carver's tools, which I'm not really sure why they're necessarily separate, but I guess this way she can make her own ale barrels. That would make sense. Yeah, sure thing, Daniel. Do your thing. I'm not really sure what else would work, though. I guess potter's tools, like make a beer jug or something like that. I got an idea. How about I open this up as a separate window? $240 or something like that. Alright. Try to get an idea of what these tools do, actually. Let's see. A tinker's tool. Assemble a tiny item composed of scrap which falls apart in 1 minute. Craft. Musket, pistol, bell, bullseye lantern, flask. Alright, flask is alright. Lighted lantern, hunting trap, lock, manacles, mirror, shovel, signal whistle, tinderbox. Because theoretically, if she can make a flask, she should be able to make like a, other glass bottles, right? Like a beer bottle. So I don't think they have any glass maker's tools, not really. Hold on, I got a question. How much? Okay, the fantasy music I'm playing. I was wondering how much memory this browser is using right now. Smith's tools. Any melee weapon except club, great club, quarterstaff, and whip. Medium armor except hide. Heavy armor. Alright, ball bearings, bucket, caltrops, chain, crowbar, firearm. No, I can't see her using Smith's tools. Potters. Discern what a ceramic object held in the past. Discern what a ceramic object held in the past 24 hours. Crafts, jug and lamp. Maybe. Mason's tools. Craft block with chisel, a symbol, or hole in stone. Okay, guys, not really. Cobbler's tools, so that's making for. Well, typically making footwear, really. Yeah, modify footwear to give advantage on where's next dexterity acrobatics check. Cooks utensils, improve food's flavor, or detect spoiled or poisoned food. Not really. Oh, there are glass blower's tools. Utilize. Discern what a glass object held in the past 24 hours. Craft glass bottle, magnifying glass, spike glass vial, but no flask? You can't make a flask. What the hell sense does that make? Then what are flasks made out of? Unless you mean like stone crystal or something like that. I don't know. Yeah, the brewer supplies, it's just antitoxin. Okay, so glass blower is not a fast crafter tool. That's kind of surprising. Carpenter's tools. Club, great club, quarterstaff, barrel, chest, ladder, bowl, portable ram. Seal will probably open a door or container. Wood carver's tools. Yeah, carving and pattern. So kind of went over that a little bit. Well, club, great club, quarterstaff, ranged weapons except pistol, musket, sling, arcane focused, arrows, bolts, druidic focus, ink pen, and needles. Needles. How do you make that out of wood? I mean, I don't know that much about tattooing, but... Well, I guess it's not necessarily tattooing, I saw the ink pen next to needles. Huh. Yeah, 'cause I need to use her base tool proficiency for brewer supplies. And use skill for the herbalism kit. And then spend the rest of 2 on the skills. Animal handling and insight. I guess the Tinker's tool would make the most sense. I'm gonna go with Carpenter's tools. Wood carver's tools. I mean, I can see her with leather workers' tools, maybe as a kind of general clothing manufacturing, sort of. Maybe. Sling, whip, hide armor, leather armor, studded leather armor, backpack, crossbow bolt case, map or scroll case, parchment, pouch, quiver, and water skin. Actually, I don't think they have anything with brushes. Plain old fabric, do they? Oh, no, wait, even weaver's tools. Hat armor, basket, bedroll, blanket, fine clothes, net robe, rope, sack, string tent, traveler's clothes. Oh, actually, no. Wow, it's right there. I did not see that. Alright, you know, I'll go with weaver's tools then. Alright. In that case, yeah, so ability score improvements +3 wisdom. Oh, okay. Well, I can't quite read that myself just yet, but that's why I have Google Translate bookmarked on my laptop. Here is a translated phrasal setting. Oh no. Oh, I see what happens. Yeah, took off the space. Here's a translated phrase I said it. The moon will swallow the sun and it will never rise again. Oh dear. Yeah, it was like a mixture of German and I assume Portuguese. Okay. Yeah, so Google Translate just kind of translated both at once. That's actually kind of neat. So I just copied pasted what they gave me. Well, I saw it, so that's alright, it's alright. Wow, actually, yeah, I'm really out of practice when it comes to German. Like, I recognize und as and that's about it. And der is the. Yeah, the moons. Der Mann wird die Sonne verschlingen und sie wird nie wieder aufgehen. I'm sure I butchered that. Like, I do have some pronunciation still memorized, but yeah, like I said, I'm very out of practice, yeah. Der Mann wird die Sonne verschlingen und sie wird nie wieder aufgehen. So remember, IE sounds like E and EI sounds like I. Okay, so knock that off. So Magic Initiate, Crafter, Skilled, and then 2 ability score improvements. Alright, yeah, so she has a whole bunch of crafting tool proficiencies. Alright. Passive perception there, that doesn't change at least. Yeah, I kind of hate that she loses expertise in religion, but something had to give, you know? Because again, I still really wanted to have Magic Initiate. She has to have Crafter because of her background. Because I feel like Artisan would make more sense than... What was the other one, like Merchant? Merchants. You are apprenticed to a trader, caravan master, or shopkeeper, learning the fundamentals of commerce. You travel broadly and you earn a living by buying and selling the raw materials artisans need to practice their craft or finish works from such crafters. You might have transported goods from one place to another by ship, wagon, or caravan, or brought them for traveling traders and sold them in your own shop. Yeah, this merchant doesn't really fit with her. I mean, yeah, she would still gain animal handling and persuasion, which is nice. Navigator's tools. I mean, she does live on the coast, but that's... And I don't really want the lucky feet anyway. But granted, you know, that would have explained Constitution and Charisma as well, but... no, I'll stick with... the other place. I'll stick with the Artisan's background for her. I think it will make the most sense, all things considered. I guess now I can move on to her class. Right, so weapon proficiencies, simple weapons. So, got that there, that doesn't change. Yeah, actually, I was going to try to bring that up. I think they dropped vehicle proficiencies. Because it used to be you could be proficient with vehicles, either land, like wagons, or sea, like ships, right? So like say if you had to steer a ship in rough waters, you make some sort of tool skill check. Yeah, I think they dropped that though. Because yeah, the land vehicles proficiency came with the folk hero background. Folk hero. Yeah, one type of artisan's tools and vehicles land. A set of artisan's tools, one of your choice, a shovel, an iron pot, a set of common clothes, and a pouch containing 10 gold pieces. And then, of course, yeah, you got guild artisan, so they just took the guild portion off. Yeah, you're a member of an artisan's guild, skilled in a particular field and closely associated with other artisans. You are a well-established part of the mercantile world, freed by talent and wealth from the constraints of a feudal societal order. You learned your skills and apprenticed to a master artisan under the sponsorship of your guild, until you became a master in your own right. So, insight persuasion, so she has that now. Tool proficiency is one type of artisan's tools, okay. Languages, one of your choice, no longer applicable. Equipment, a set of artisan's tools, one of your choice. A letter of introduction from your guild, doesn't really mean anything anymore. A set of traveler's clothes, project contain, well, I'm not going to worry about equipment anyway. But yeah, you know, guild business. Brewers, distillers, and vintners. Alright. Now, armor training. Light and medium armor and shields. Alright. But there, I noticed there's an optional rule now. If I can find it. Might be under Divine Order? Yeah. You have dedicated yourself to one of the following sacred roles of your choice. Protector. Trained for battle, you gain proficiency with martial weapons and train with heavy armor. Thaumaturge, you know one extra cantrip from the Cleric's spell list. In addition, your mystical connection to the divine gives you a bonus to your intelligence, arcana, or... In addition, your mystical connection to the divine gives you a bonus to your intelligence, arcana, or religion checks. The bonus equals your wisdom modifier minimum +1. Oh, why do you do this to me, game? Because, by default, so I can pull it up. That sounds like druids right there. That's barbarian. Cleric. Yeah, bonus proficiency. When you choose this domain at first level, you gain proficiency with heavy armor. And that's a big reason why Korinthe wears adamantine chainmail, a heavy armor, right? So now I've got a choice. I can either maintain her heavy armor proficiency as she had before, or give her a bonus cantrip and that bonus to the religion skill that I wanted her to have. Alright, I think I should probably just stick with Protector, though. Because, you know, again, another reason why I went with Heavy Armor is because her Dexterity modifier is 0, so she can't add anything to her armor class anyway. Alright, so in that case, it's basically the same as before. She's proficient with all armor, shields, simple weapons. All armors, shields, simple weapons, brewer supplies, herbalism kit, carpenter's tools, weaver's tools, woodcarver's tools. Right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then languages, that's basically the same. That off the list. So, Celestial, Hobnus Vodka, the Halfling Ton, Keolandish, and the Overking's Common Ton. So 1, 2, 3, 4. And she no longer has expertise. Alright, that lines up a little bit better. So let's boot up Quintessa for a moment and try to do this. So she has one. The hell? Oh, I know why. Actually, I added a space on the bottom. Let's see. Skilled gave her 2 proficiencies. The crafter feat gave her 2 proficiencies. And then the artisan background. So I'll just leave that as is. So. Crafter. Okay, that's mostly lined up then. Okay, let's scroll down to Korinthe. Perfect. So for the moment, mark that as the number 1. And what page is that on? Page 200. Alright, all armor, shields, simple weapons. So brewer supplies is default. And then, let's see, non-breaking space. Carpenter's tools, weaver's tools, woodcarver's tools. The herbalism kit. Oopsies. Well, it can't really be helped. At least not if I want to keep it in alphabetical order. So that explains that. And Celestial, Hobnus Vodka, Keolandish, and the Overking's Common Ton. Go. I suppose I could add an extra line for the Sword Coast Adventurer's Guide to note the ethnic language, like Ancient Sulawese for Quintessa or Keolandish for Corey, but well, actually, what I could do this. Divine Order. Oh yeah, that's one thing I meant to do, right? Oh yeah, because I think the last time I actually had my bookmarks turned off. Oh well. It's a little late now. Divine order. How did I do this? Oh, that's the wrong tab. Yeah, weapon mastery, that's in small caps, but the one parentheses isn't. Yeah, so let's go with a question mark for now. Divine Order Protector. Hit the wrong tab, but it's not the worst thing that's happened so far. So what do we got? Train for battle. You have proficiency with... Oh, did I skip that part? Martial weapons and train with heavy armor. Oh, I didn't even realize that. Okay, I mean, granted, she's still just gonna fight with a club, but... Okay, I didn't realize there's actually a lot more to that. Because, I mean, granted, part of her background was that she was trained to fight by her brother, who was a knight, so... Because, you know, if you're a brewer, you're not going to have many opportunities to wear armor, really. So I thought, but since by default she's going to be trained in heavy armor, you know, how'd she do that? Well, her brother taught her. Because Saltmarsh has been attacked in the past, and she's got to know how to protect herself, right? Alright, well, that gets that out of the way. So what do we got here? So I'm pretty sure our spells aren't really all that different. I think the only issue is going to be prepared spells. You prepare the list of level 1 plus spells that are available for you to cast. The number on your list increases as you gain cleric levels. Yeah, because this changed. This changed quite a bit. Let's see here. Find domains. When you do so, choose the number of cleric spells equal to your wisdom modifier plus your cleric level, minimum 1 spell. So that would have been 17 at this time. What is it now? She's a 12th level character, so 16. So she actually has 1 less spell prepared. That's a shame. Alright. Divine Order, Channel Divinity, Cleric subclass, Ability Score Improvement, Seer Undead. I think that's somewhat new now, maybe. Subclass feature, Blessed Strikes, Ability Score Improvement, Divine Intervention, and Ability Score Improvement. And I'm pretty sure spell slots are still the same. Cantrips 5, Channel Divinity 3. Let's see. Okay, so she actually has 1 more use of Channel Divinity. I'll keep that in mind. What did I say? 5 cantrips? And then she had 2 extras from Magic Initiate. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So that's still the same. And of course, you still got Gus from Xanathos Guide to Everything. Oh, you priest from Wenta. Right. Yeah, I'm starting to wonder if maybe I should just... Actually, how? Will this fit? Oh, yeah, okay, you know that works. Yeah, this way I can keep the German version and the English version. That makes a little more sense. Korinthe Brauerin. Yeah, let's just try to go in order here. Okay. So, yeah, I'll worry about the spells in a little bit. Channel Divinity. So you can channel Divine Energy directly from the outer planes to fuel magical effects. You start with 2 such effects, Divine Spark and Turn Undead. I think that's a new one here. I'm pretty sure she had Turn Undead before. Let's see. Yeah, this turn undead. Preserve life comes from the life domain. And harness divine powers from Tasha's Cauldron of Everything. As a bonus action, you touch your holy symbol, utter a prayer, and regain 1 expended spell slot, the level of which can be no higher than half your proficiency bonus rounded up. So what does Divine Spark do? As a magic action, you point your holy symbol at another creature you can see within 30 feet of yourself and focus divine energy at it. Roll 1d8 and as your wisdom modifier, you either restore hit points to the creature equal to that total, or force the creature to make a constitution saving throw. On a failed save, the creature takes necrotic or radiant damage, your choice, equal to that total. On a successful save, the creature takes half as much damage, round down. You roll an additional d8 when you reach cleric levels 7, 13, and 18. So it's almost like a cantrip in a way, at least with this regard. Okay. But it's mostly gonna be the same. Oh, ooh. I'm pretty sure she still has ritual. Well, yeah, actually, well, I mean, each character has ritual casting now, so that doesn't change. Let's see, cantrips, spell slots, prepared spells, change your prepared spell, spell casting focus. You can use a holy symbol as a spell casting focus for your cleric spells. Let me copy that. And then just start capitalizing things to make it more appropriate. Yeah, it's kind of like German, capitalizing nouns. Sort of. Yeah, so I think I can take all this off now. Okay. And then Channel Divinity. And instead of just saying like recharge after a short or long rest, I'm just gonna use a or like a /. That's what I started doing with Quintess. I decided like 5/ long rest, 1/ long rest. Just it saves space that way. Okay, so we got turn undead. We'll do that one. And then here's what I'll do. It's called Divine Spark, I believe. Divine Spark. So this way it stands out. As a magic action, let me word wrap this. You point your holy symbol at another creature you can see within 30 feet of yourself and focus divine energy at it. No spell check. Roll 2d8 because she's 1 level off. Let's see, roll 2d8 and roll 2d8 plus 5. You either restore hit points to the creature equal to that total, or force the creature to make a Constitution saving throw. On a failed save, the creature takes radiant damage equal to that total. On a... I cannot type. Successful save, the creature takes half as much... Man, I'm not doing well. Damage, round down. Alright, turn undead. As a magic action, you present your holy symbol and censure undead creatures. Each undead, your choice within 30 feet of you must make a wisdom saving throw. If the creature fails its save, it has the frightened and incapacitated conditions for 1 minute. I think that's new, actually. Hold on. You present your holy symbol and speak a prayer censuring the undead. Each undead they can see or hear you within 30 feet of you must make a wisdom saving throw. If the undead fails its saving throw, it is turned for 1 minute or until it takes any damage. Okay, a turned undead must spend its turns trying to move as far away from you as it can, and it can't willingly move to a space within 30 feet of you. It also can't take reactions. For its action, it can use only the dash action or try to escape from the effect. Okay, so I guess the idea is to sort of not really have turned as its own condition. Yeah, this is a little bit different. For that duration, it tries to move as far from you as it can on its turns. This effect ends early on the creature if it takes any damage. If you have the incapacitated. Okay, I'm getting a little confused here. I mean, if it's incapacitated, how does it move? Let's see if I can look this up. Because I know this is all in the back. Come on. While you have the incapacitated condition, you experience the following effects. You can't take any action, bonus action, or reaction. Okay, so you are free to move. No concentration, your concentration is broken. You can't speak. If you're incapacitated when you roll initiative, you have disadvantage on the roll. A different attitude, alright. So you are free to move if you're incapacitated, but you can't do much else. Alright, well that explains that. I guess people are concentrating, I suppose, or just listening intently, maybe? I mean, I'm not gonna worry about it. Yeah, I think they just kind of want to sort of clarify the turn undead function and like not have it take up so much space as before, sort of. Alright, well we got that then. Let's see, so you gain a Cleric subclass of your choice, so Life Domain, Light, Trickery, and War. Wait, did they get rid of the Nature Domain? I just noticed that. Huh. I mean, to be fair, they did drop like a bunch of Wizard subclasses too, so like no more Necromancer. I mean, I think technically you just modify it from the old book, but okay, so but at the moment, yeah, no Nature Clerics. Oh well. Then I guess next up is Seer Undead. Let's see. Okay, whenever you use Turn Undead, you can roll a number of d8s equal to your Wisdom modifier and add the rolls together. Each undead that fails its saving throw against that use the Turn Undead makes radiant damage equal to the roll's total. So I kind of want to keep this together, right? Whenever you use Turn Undead, you can roll a number of... You can roll 5d8 and add the rolls together. Each undead that fails its saving throw against that use of Turn Undead takes radiant damage equal to the roll's total. This damage doesn't end the turn effect. Yeah, so that's definitely a new feature. Alright, now we got Blessed Strikes. Divine Power infuses you in battle. You gain one of the following options of your choice. If you get either option from a Cleric subclass in an older book, you use only the option you chose for this feature. It's kind of interesting that they included that. I mean, hey, I'm just glad the music's coming in well, because I figured just me talking would be a little boring, right? So yeah, Korinthe has this in her attack and spellcasting section. Only back then they called it Divine Strike. Well, same thing here. Once on each of your turns, when you hit a creature with an attack roll using a weapon, you can cause the target to take an extra 1d8 necrotic or radiant damage, your choice. You have the ability to infuse your weapon with strikes with divine energy. Once on each of your turns, when you hit a creature with a weapon attack, you can cause the attack to deal an extra 1d8 radiant damage to the target. Yeah, it's basically the same thing. With an attack roll using a weapon. I think I'll just keep it as is then. Well, alright, well, let me try this. I'll just separate that a bit. Divine Power infuses you in battle. Once on each of your turns, when you hit a creature with an attack roll using a weapon, you can cause the target to take an extra 1d8 radiant damage. I don't really see her using necrotic. Oopsies. Alright, so cut off a little bit of text, but that's alright. And so this here I could probably keep the same. The Gust spell was never really updated for this book, so one medium or small creature that you choose must succeed on DC 17 strength saving throw where you push up to 5 feet away. You create a small blast of air capable of moving one object that is neither held nor carried and that weighs no more than 5 pounds. It is pushed up to 10 feet away from you. It isn't pushed with enough force to cause damage. Yeah, so she can just move a somewhat large object, or she can move a person. Alright. Yeah, well, what's the other one then? Add your wisdom modifier to the damage you deal with any cleric cantrip. I think that was because that actually was kind of an option for certain domains. Because I actually passed it by. Here you go, opponent spellcasting. Starting at 8th level, you add your wisdom modifier to the damage you deal with any cleric cantrip. Right? Yeah, add your wisdom modifier to the damage you deal with any. Yeah, it's the same thing. So now it's 7th level instead of 8th. And then Divine Intervention, that one received a big update. So, Divine Intervention. Yeah, this is how it used to work. As an action, you can call on your goddess to intervene on your behalf when your need is great. Describe the assistance you seek and roll D percentile die. If you roll a 12 or lower, which is your cleric level, Wenta intervenes. The referee chooses the nature of the intervention. The effect of any cleric spell or cleric domain spell would be appropriate. If Wenta intervenes, you can't use this feature again for 7 days. Otherwise, you can use it again after you finish a long rest. Okay, so here's how it works now. You can call on your deity or pantheon to intervene on your behalf. As a magic action, choose any cleric spell of level 5 or lower that doesn't require a reaction to cast. As part of the same action, you can cast that spell without expending a spell slot or needing material components. You can't use this feature again until you finish a long rest. So it's not as powerful as before, but it's easier to use, or you can use it more often. Alright, so you can call on Wenta to intervene on your behalf. As a magic action, choose any cleric spell of level 5 or lower that doesn't require a reaction to cast. As part of the same action, you cast that spell without expending a spell slot or needing material components. You can't use this feature again until you've... Hold on. 1/long rest. There, that's better. Again, I do kind of want to save room, you know? And I think that's basically it there. Well, actually, no, that's right. I still gotta look for Divine Channel Divinity thing specifically for the life domain. Because usually I'll put subclass features on the back. But because domains also had Channel Divinity options, I would stick it with the Channel Divinity on the front page to just keep everything grouped together. Yeah, here you go. Preserve life. Alright. So I'll just take off Harness Divine Power then. I keep hitting the wrong thing. And I want to keep this in alphabetical order, aside from Seer Undead, which connects with Turn Undead. Let's go with what we got here. As a magic action, you present your holy symbol and expend a use of your Channel Divinity to evoke healing energy that can restore a number of hit points equal to 5 times your cleric level. That can restore 60 hit points. Choose Bloodied creature, so basically those who are like at the bottom half of their hit points, within 30 feet of yourself, which can include you, and divide those hit points among them. This feature can restore a creature to no more than half its hit points maximum. Yeah, so basically if members of your party are down to less than half, you bring them back up to half. I don't think I've ever actually used this feature. I might have used this feature once, maybe, because it is a very specific, not opportunity, but situation. Disciple of Life, Mind Strikes. Where is? Yeah, okay. Channel Divinity, Preserve Life. Yeah, as an action, present your holy symbol and invoke healing energy that can restore a number of hit points equal to 5 times your cleric level. Yeah, okay, I did include, yeah, restore 60 hit points. Alright. Let's see. I want to try and line this all up, so... Like I said, I'm very pedantic about these kind of things. Oops. Okay. Yeah, so now the text should be lined up. Because it's a kind of a form that the more you type, the smaller it gets. It's adjustable. So oh dear. That was not supposed to happen. Oopsies. I mean, I guess technically speaking, I would still have room for a harness divine power. Yeah, so the idea is that with Channel Divinity, you have a limited number of times you can use any option per day. And then Harness Divine Power itself had a limited number of times you could use it. I think it was like 2. So, for example, since Korinthe can now use her Channel Divinity 3 times in a day, if I gave her Harness Divine Power, she could still only use it twice. And then she had to spend that last Channel Divinity on something else. I think that's how it was meant to use. I think maybe I'll just leave it off. And Channel Divinity goes up to 4 now. Oh, it's not listed there. Yeah, beginning at 6th level, you can use your Channel Divinity twice, and beginning at 18th level, you can use it 3 times between rests. When you finish a short or long rest, you regain your expended uses. Yeah, shorter, yeah. So now she can use up to 3, and then later on she can use up to 4. Yeah, no, no worries, McCray. I don't think you're abandoning us or anything, you know, I favored everybody just kind of relaxing, that's all. It is kind of a chill day kind of stream. Actually, with that in mind, I probably should take a bit of a break and get myself a snack and something to drink. My throat's starting to get worn out. And then that way I can move on to go more in-depth into the subclass features. Actually, what else does she get? Out of curiosity. I mean, well, she's not going to get this, but like... level 14, improved Blessed Strikes. The extra damage goes up to 2d8 for Divine Strike. Opponent spellcasting. When you cast a Cleric cantrip and deal damage to a creature with it, you can give Vitality to yourself or another creature within 60 feet of yourself, granting a number of temporary hit points equal to twice your width. Wow, that's really good. That's actually really good. But I'll stick with Divine Strike, because... again, they kind of say... yeah, if you get either option from a Cleric subclass in an older book, use only the option you chose for this feature, and you know, kind of want to be as canonical as possible, right? Actually, I guess that's it for base Cleric features. Besides Greater Divine Intervention, you can actually, wow, I never even read this. You can call on even more powerful Divine Intervention. When you use your Divine Intervention feature, you can choose Wish when you select a spell. If you do so, you can't use Divine Intervention again until you finish 2d4 long rest. So they basically just took the original feature and just kind of split it in 2. Okay. That's actually kind of neat. Yeah, because in 3rd edition, Clerics had their own version of Wish called Miracle, but they dropped that, so I guess that's as close as you can get. That's actually kind of neat. Alright, yeah, so let me take a bit of a break, get something to drink and whatnot, and then we'll move on to the subclasses. Alright, I'll be right back.
Yes, that's French they're speaking, and no, these children aren't French, they're American. And they've acquired their amazing new language skills from Muzzy, the remarkable new video language program for children developed by the British Broadcasting Corporation. With this unique BBC language course, children learn a second language with incredible ease. 4 delightful videos quickly become their favorite TV show and teaches children the same way they learned English. Learning another language becomes fun. You'll be amazed when your children begin speaking and understanding their new language from the very first day through this unique method.
Muzzy now comes with 4 videos, 2 audios, a script book, parent's guide, a new exciting CD-ROM, plus this free bonus with your paid order. a special vocabulary video that adds hundreds of new words.
遊びの道に魂込めた一人の男が今日も行く真面目に遊ばぬ奴らには体で覚えさせるぞ背がたさんしろ背がたさんしろ背がさんたんしろとや
Just last night, I was lost in the jungle with Pitfall Harry, surrounded by giant scorpions and man-eating crocodiles.
Well, Harry and I just grabbed the van, swung through the trees, and over the tar pits and found the jungle treasure. It was really neat.
If you haven't met Pitfall Harry, you're missing the year's most incredible video game adventure. Pitfall for the Atari 2600 and Intellivision.
Since I met Pitfall Harry, no other man will do.
Pitfall, designed by David Crane for Activision.
It's sometime in the future. The ultimate challenge. Crossfire. Crossfire! You get caught up in the crossfire! Crossfire! You get caught up in the crossfire! 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 You'll get caught up in it.
Hey man, how's it going? Not bad, not bad. No more cowboy ghosts, right? You gotta understand something. I ride the Clancers. I have the answers. I play Greek dodgeball with the Virgin Kitty. Just me, wearing a light gear, and a lot of shaking. Oh sure, those bees need their honey, but I need gold gems. The professor cannot wait forever. The evil empire will not allow it. So, where you going? Here's fine. New Mischief Makers, only on Nintendo 64.
Anything and everything goes! Crazy Eddie's crushing prices on color TVs, video recorders, stereo systems, compact disc players. It's Crazy Eddie's greatest clearance sale ever! Anything and everything goes! Demonstrators, floor samples, red tag specials, all with full manufacturer's guarantees, and most priced at or below cost. Anything and everything goes! Crazy Eddie's smashing prices to smithereens on everything in his humongous inventory. It's Crazy Eddie's greatest clearance sale ever, going on now at all great Crazy Eddie locations with prices that are insane!
Hello, my name is Crispy. How do you do? Crispy Critters cereals entirely new. It's indubitably delicious. Oh, here comes Crispy Critters, a good wholesome bunch. The low sugar cereal with lots of crunch.
Yes, it's indubitably.
Indubitably?
Indubitably.
Indubitably. Indubitably. Indubitably.
Delicious. Post Crispy Critter cereal is part of a balanced breakfast.
Where'd you get your hands on Konami's new video game? Starring me, that Ray June Cajun, Bayou Billy. For the first time ever, Konami combines hand-to-hand combat with driving, shooting, and of course, zapping. In one swamp stomping adventure.
The Adventures of Bayou Billy for Nintendo.
It all starts when I get out this here swamp. You really get me riled now.
We went to the big guy.
We laid the whole thing out for him.
We told him we had this great idea for a new game called Sonic and Knuckles.
It's Knuckles in his own game. Plus, it has new technology.
Lock-on technology.
So you can play Knuckles in Sonic 2 and 3.
It's revolutionary.
You just laughed at us. So we sold the whole thing to Sega?
Who's laughing now? Batman!
Sega.
Harness the power of the elements and summon great forces in Golden Sun, The Lost Age. Rated E for everyone.
Thought you were going to summon some wind. Shut up.
Only for Game Boy Advance.
by the way, happy spring, everybody, which is kind of funny because Korinthe worships a goddess of the autumn. I just know, it's getting to the point where some days it's still kind of chilly and some days it's starting to warm up, but it's kind of... I'm in New England, so it kind of goes back and forth, right? Well, I got some new coffee anyway, so... All things considered, though, I was thinking... I guess since I basically ran out of things to rant about, I'm actually making pretty good time on updating her as a character. And yeah, as I said in the beginning of the stream, this is generally easier than, say, with Quintessa or Variolus because it's not as much homebrew to deal with. You know, it's really just the tool proficiencies and the skills that I had a problem with. Alright. But yeah, you know, having religion as one of our... I'm not gonna deal with that right now. I already dealt with that earlier. So yeah, I think on to this. Actually, no, you know what? Before we got into her subclass, I don't think I really need to change her weapons at all. Oh, actually, no. You know what? I should do this, though. I should do this. Let's alter this. I'll make Silver Dagger 1. Because this is what I did with Quintessa. I used the number 1 in response to one of her cantrips. 2. Then go with that for Gust. Actually, I also altered how that looked, too. Yeah, so the idea was to have the letter U line up as if I was using 3 spaces here. Yeah, kind of like that. So 1, 2, 1, 2. And so in this case, this will be 3. Then 2 will be 4. And the reason I kind of bring this up is, as I mentioned it earlier, because of her heavy armor. So adamantine chainmail. Oh dear. Yeah, this might be a bad idea actually. Maybe I'll have to use an asterisk. Let's see how hairspace looks. Actually, okay, I think the 0 is slightly bigger, just ever so slightly, but it's good enough. Yeah, did I mention I'm pedantic? I'm very pedantic. Yeah. Actually, I don't know if I even showed. I might have showed this a couple streams ago. I probably did. Yeah, this is my old message board that I made from scratch. As in, like, I typed out every line of code. Yeah, it's like this was Quintessa stats from 3rd edition, and the entire bottom portion of the page looks like a Wikipedia entry. Like she's got all this different stuff from different sources from all over the place, right? And so yeah, I want to make sure, you know, if somebody saw something that wasn't from the core rules, they just look down and is where it comes from, you know, the book, the page number. You know, that's the kind of player I am. Right? Well, you know, in this case, yeah. This is like I have a sort of well, it's not really a mental note, but the idea being is that because she wears heavy armor, she'll suffer a disadvantage on stealth checks. So to remind me, right? Actually, what I'm gonna do this. Put that hair space in between the numbers. Man, that still looks kind of weird. Oh, well, in this case, yeah, the mic is a little bit further than normal. Yeah, because usually I'll have the mic set up on a small table in front of me. Right now I've got it set up on my desk right by my keyboard. So it is slightly further away than normal because I can't move further myself. And I can't move the desk further because my knees get in the way. But also I'm usually a quiet guy on top of that too. Okay, you know what? I'm actually just going to use an asterisk. Like I said, having a superscript number next to a regular number just feels really weird to me. So I'll just use an asterisk then. I'll just keep that then. I know, it's, like I said, I'm a little overly pedantic about this kind of thing, but other than that, though, I don't think I'll need to change her equipment any. So she'll still have the chainmail, she'll still have her brother's shield, she'll still have her dagger. I'm not really sure how it's gonna be priced, though, if anything. Because it was more of a gift than anything else. She still has her club, her necklace, fine clothes, holy amulets. So she's got the herbalism kit. She can make those 4 potions of superior healing. Actually, are those still technically a thing? I did manage to download the revised version of the DMG. I think I showed it off last time. Let's see. I just never got around to fixing this PDF though. Treasure, magic items, A to Z. Let's try page 300. Let's see where that puts us. Rings, lots of rings. This is a new prosthetic limb. I mean, that's kind of neat. Potion of speed. Potion of pugilism. After you drink this potion, each unarmed strike you make deals an extra 1d6 force damage on a hit. This weapon lasts 10 minutes. This potion has a thick green fluid that tastes like spinach. Alright, you know what? I'll give the new rulebook this. I was not expecting a Popeye reference. That's actually really neat. I like that. Yes. Potion of invisibility. What's potion of healing then? Oh, here we go. Yeah, here we go. You regain hit points when you drink this potion. The number of hit points depends on the potion's rarity. Whatever its potency, the potion's red liquid glimmers when agitated. Yeah, potions of superior healing, so 84 plus 8, and I'm pretty sure it's all the same. Yeah, because I remember this being odd, like 2d4 plus 2, 44 plus 4, 84 plus 8, 10d4 plus 20. So yeah, potion of supreme healing was really good, but also like really expensive and very hard to make, or just would take a very long time. Which is why I only went with superior healing. Yeah, which is still really good. You know, it's nice in the pinch in case she runs out of spells. Ever-burning torch, brewer supplies, herbalism kits, mess kit, bedroll, bar soap, bottles. Yeah, so we went through this before. Does she really have any room, so to speak? Let's check Quintessa. Yeah, because, like I said, it's a case where, you know, the more you type, the smaller the font gets, but I don't want the font to get too small, right? Because it's one thing when you see it on a nice big screen, it's another thing when you print it out on an ordinary piece of paper. And then what you got for 2 copper pieces, and that was actually a material component for a spell, like it was like preserve dead, but that's basically what it did. The idea being that you would put the copper pieces over the person's eyes. And then 7 gold and 16 platinum, and I forgot what Keoland calls it. I think gold coins were called lions, copper was called sparrows, and I want to say platinum was... No, it wasn't eagles, that was electrum pieces. buzzer now. Let's see, Greyhawk. Because I used to know how to say this in German too. Where's my player's guide to Saltmarsh? It'll just be easier this way. The Kingdom of Keoland. Coinage. Griffin, that's what it was, yeah. Griffin, lion, eagle, hawk, and sparrow. Yeah, it was like... Sexfin? Not Sexfin. Sexin? Yeah, like Sexfin Gryphon, I think it was. Sieben Leuven. And Zwei... I forgot what sparrow was. Yeah, I used to know how to list these in German. It's been a long time. But other than that, I don't think I'm really to. So yeah, that means she won't actually have any carpenter's tools, weaver's tools, or woodcarver's tools, because she didn't have them before. I never really thought about it, right? I'm not going to worry about that. Oh, in that case, I actually replace simple weapons with all weapons then, can't I? Yeah, that's what I did with Variolis, wasn't it? Oh, it's a good thing I still have our tab open. Yeah, all weapons, all armor, and shields. And all brewer supplies. Yeah, there we go. So all weapons, all armor, and shields. All right. Yeah, so that way I don't have to change anything out, because otherwise, I'm not even sure what kind of armor she'd use. What was it, 240 or something like that? Here we go. In that case, I think the best you could have would be half-plate armor, which is what Variolis had. So that'd be an AC of 15, but chainmail gives her a 16, so that's not that big of a deal, really. Of course, you know, now she could just upgrade to plate armor because she got the strength for it. But yeah, you know, her wearing chainmail armor is the reason why I had her wearing the Holy Knight bikini armor and Soul Calibur, because it's mostly chain. I cannot type today. Actually, wow, that makes... I mean, actually, well, the microphone's not too far from me. I wonder if it's because I lowered the desktop audio. I hope that's not the issue. Wow, I didn't even think about that. You know, give me a moment. Let me try to test this, because yeah, I never really gave myself a chance to test this earlier today. Testing 1, 2. Okay, let me... No, because the microphone audio comes in as a separate input. But yeah, I can see why, you know, people thought the music I'm playing was a little loud. Let me just try to lower that a bit more then. Again, you know, testing 1, 2. Well, hopefully that should be okay now. Yeah, professionalism, right? Yeah, where are they? Yeah, I was really doing the subclass features, wasn't I? Okay. Okay. Oh yeah, and I should probably copy paste our background in, shouldn't I? What the heck? Oh, I see why. I see why. Yeah, there's an extra... Can I not click on this? Had an extra space on the bottom. That's better. Well, you know what? Might as well copy and paste our equipment here as well. Yeah, I don't think it's going to be much of a change there, aside from dropping the dagger icon for a number. Let's try this again. Alright. So I can keep this little entry for Wenta. Or Wenta, I guess. So I think the first thing she'll get is Disciple of Life. There we go, yeah, Life Domain. The Life Domain focuses on a positive energy that helps sustain all life in the multiverse. Clerics who tap into this domain are masters of healing, using their life force to cure many hurts. Using that life force, Existence itself relies on the positive energy associated with this domain, so a cleric of almost any religious tradition might choose it. Like that's why I said it's kind of the default. This domain is particularly associated with agricultural deities, gods of healing or endurance, and gods of home and community. Religious orders of healing also seek the magic of this domain. So like I said, that's basically how I saw Wenta, right? She's an agricultural deity via harvest and the west wind. She's a community deity because of harvest and, festivals involving beer and whatnot. In fact, Brewfest. And, healing medicine has a relationship with medicine. Oh, okay, oh. I see what you mean, Daniel. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense, right? Because, okay, I mentioned earlier, I'll usually have my microphone set up on a small table, because I also use that table to hold my laptop, which is what I use to modify, not modify. It's on my tip of the tongue. Look at, how about this? It's usually what I use to look at the chat. I think I'm pretty sure there's an M word for this. Isn't there? Like observe? Like, that's not an M word, but like... No, you get the idea, right? So the problem is, like, yeah, if I move my face away from the microphone to look at the laptop, that's probably why I'm sounding a little bit more quiet. That would make a lot more sense. Alright. Well, lowering the audio of the music it wasn't a bad idea anyway, though. So that should make things easier. Okay. So yeah, we do want to go through the subclass because there are some somewhat significant changes. Because yeah, one of the classic combinations of the life domain was combining Disciple of Life with the Good Berry. And actually, since I got this open here, that's the anti-life shell. That's A, C, D. Let's jump ahead. F. Oh, yeah, that's a little too far. Yeah, perfect. Good Berry. 10 berries appear in your hand and are infused with magic for the duration. A creature can take a bonus action to eat one berry. Eating the berry restores 1 hit point, and the berry provides enough nourishment to sustain a creature for 1 day. Uneaten berries disappear when the spell ends. I'm pretty sure that's still largely the same. but that's way too far. Trying to wait for this thing to catch up on us. Forbiddance, foresight, glibness, grease, goodberry. All right. Let's see. Duration. Oh, that's grasping vine. Let's see. Cast time 1 action. Here, do this. Cast time action range. Touch. Now it's range self. Components: verbal smack, materials, sprig of mistletoe. That's still the same. Duration. Well, okay. See, it says, and the old version says the berries lose their potency if they have not been consumed within 24 hours of the casting of the spell. So it's basically the same thing. Duration 24 hours. Yeah, up to 10 berries appear in your hand and are infused with magic for the duration. A creature can use this action to eat 1 berry. Eating the berry restores 1 hit point, and the berry provides enough nourishment to sustain a creature for 1 day. So it's effectively the same. Well, yeah, I'm not gonna mute the music, but you know, I did lower the volume a little bit, so, but I don't think it's too much. I think it's probably a limit to just how low it can really go, sort of. Yeah, so the reason I bring that up, yeah, because there's like a classic combination with the Disciple of Life. Like, here's the old version. Your healing spells are more effective. Whenever you use a spell of first level or higher to restore hit points to a creature, the creature regains additional hit points equal to 2 plus the spell's level, right? Goodberry is a first level spell. So 2 plus 1 makes 3. 3 plus the initial 1 means each Goodberry that Korinthe would make would heal 4 hit points. So yeah, 1 from Goodberry, and then 2 plus 1, so 2 plus, yeah, 1 plus 3, 4. And of course, this was back when Magic Initiate gave you like 1 first level spell that you can cast once per day at first level, period. But now with how Magic Initiate works, let's see. They might have actually made it a little bit more busted in a way. Let's see, Magic Initiate. You learn 2 cantrips of your choice from the Cleric, Druid, or Wizard spell list. Intelligence, Wisdom, or Charisma is your spellcasting ability for feat spells. Choose when you select this feat. In her case, Wisdom. Level 1 spell. Choose a level 1 spell from the same list you selected for this feat's cantrips. You always have that spell prepared. You can cast it once without a spell slot, and you regain the ability to cast it in that way when you finish a long rest. You can also cast a spell using any spell slots you have. Right? So theoretically, Korinthe could cast it using a 6th level spell slot? In that case, so you have 1 plus 2 plus 6. That means each berry would heal 9 hit points. Maybe. Alright, so... Alright, here's the new version. When a spell you cast with a spell slot restores hit points to a creature, that creature regains additional hit points on the turn you cast the spell. The additional hit points equal 2 plus the spell slot's level. So in this instance, she would have to cast a Goodberry with a spell slot. She can't use that free version. And the recovered hit points only occur, presumably, if the people eat the berry that very same turn. Yeah. The creature regains additional hit points on the turn you cast the spell. So it does still combine, just not quite as well. But at the same time, it can work even better. Yeah, the additional hit points equal 2 plus the spell slot's level. Yeah, so theoretically, Korinthe could conjure Goodberries that heal 9 hit points each, but they would have to be consumed that very same turn. It's not bad, I mean, yeah, so let's see here. So we got Disciple of Life. Blessed Healer. Bims the Pseudo-Dragon, because she's not going to lose him. I'm not going to drop him. Yeah, while you are bonded with Bims the Pseudo-Dragon, you can sense what he senses as long as you two are within 1 mile of each other. While Bims is within 10 feet of you, shares magic resistance trait. But she loses rustic hospitality. Oh well. Alright, what do we have? When a spell you cast with a spell slot restores hit points to a creature, that creature regains additional hit points on the turn you cast the spell. The additional hit points equal 2 plus the spell slot's level. Right. I just noticed the. Did I include the plus sign there? Ah, nuts. Knowledge domain. Life domain. No, okay, yeah, no, this is, yeah, 2 plus sign the spell's level. That's where I got that from. Wait a minute, do they still have the knowledge domain? Light, yeah, life, light, tricky, or they dropped that too. So they dropped knowledge and they dropped nature. Alright. Well, that's kind of a shame, but as it goes. Okay, life domain spells. I'll worry about that later. But I think there actually, I think maybe there was some changes to that though. Let's see. Oh, here we go. Yeah, life domain spells. Yeah, because it used to be that you would get your subclass features at first level. Now it's third level. So third, aid, bless, cure wounds, and lesser restoration. Bless, cure wounds, lesser restoration, and okay, so they replaced spiritual weapon with aid, which I like aid because it temporarily boosts characters' current and maximum hit points. It's not treated as temporary hit points. It's more like just a temporary increase. Oh, welcome, Ancient's Pistol. I hope I pronounced that right. Oh, thank you. Yeah, because I used to draw, so I definitely had a love for creating characters, which is why it's a reason why I'm a big fan of Soul Calibur. You know, with their recent games letting you create your own characters. And yeah, this definitely, you know, folded over into Dungeons and Dragons. And you know, part of that is that I was also really a big fan of like history when I was a kid. Like, you give me an encyclopedia, I'm gonna get lost in that stuff. Like reading about, you know, the Roman Empire is like the classic example, right? But you know, reading about that, or like Sumer or Egypt or China. Actually, yeah, that's funny because back in the day, like in the early 90s, there was a strategy game for the Nintendo Entertainment System called Destiny of an Emperor, which took place during China's Three Kingdoms period. So, you know, like Dynasty Warriors. But the comic book ads suggested that these events took place 18,000 years ago. Like, first line, over 18,000. That's one hell of a typo. But then again, in Dynasty Warriors 5 Empires, you can ride a mammoth, so maybe they were onto something. But yeah, so like, oh, okay. So Ancient Pistol. All right. Yeah, I guess kind of in the Forgotten Realms, they have Old Common, but spelled like A-U-L-D. And yeah, actually, I do have a wild elf who speaks Old Common from the realms, and I actually use a little bit of Middle English for her. Okay, thank you. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, I just get really into the various campaign settings, like Greyhawk, the Forgotten Realms, Dragonlance. So when I make a character, you know, even if it's a low-level character, I try to fit them into that setting. It does make me help care about them a little bit more. Yeah, so I was gonna look at the spells later, but I might as well do it now, right? Let's see, 5th level, Beacon of Hope and Revivify, or yeah, now it's Mass Healing Word and Revivify. I don't know if I ever used Beacon of Hope before, actually. But yeah, having Mass Healing Word makes a lot of sense. 7th level, Aura of Life and Death Ward. Death Ward and Guardian of Faith. I remember using Guardian of Faith, though, but... yeah, they actually made quite a few changes. 9th level, Mass Cure Wounds and Raise Dead, and now it's Greater Restoration and Mass Cure Wounds. So, I mean, she can still cast Raise Dead, but not to specifically choose it. Yeah, exactly, yeah. Okay. Yeah, because I actually have I've got a book on, like, you know, quote-unquote Old English writing, so to speak. I mean, most of this is fairly modern, but it does include, I think, at least the prologue to the Canterbury Tales in Middle English. Actually, yeah, you know, I might as well, because now that I mentioned it. Let's see here, Leah. Yeah, she is. Yeah, so because like wild elves tend to keep to themselves, and because of where she grew up in the realms, yeah, I just tried to write all of this in Middle English. Yeah, like, I'm probably gonna butcher this, right? Like, if someone is in Nede, he will devour with Hilda Ida. Leaf is full of donges, brewing ready for him. Something like that. You know. And yeah, it's like I mentioned earlier that with Korinthe Brauerin, because of the Kingdom of Keoland has its own native language that's distantly related to Common in much the same way that German is distantly related to English. I did try to learn a little bit of German, at least at the time. So, hence I translated all that into German. But granted, yeah, as I said, I've mostly forgotten all that now. Oof. Yeah, so there's definitely gonna be some changes to her spells later on. Alright. Now, where was I? Yeah, so now I gotta look for a Blessed Healer. Because I did preserve life already. Yep, here we go. Yeah, it's gonna be a long time before she gets Supreme Healing. Let's see, the healing spells you cast on others heal you as well. Immediately after you cast a spell with a spell slot that restores hit points to one or more creatures other than yourself, you regain hit points equal to 2 plus the spell slot's level. And I hit Control S by mistake. I don't want to save. But it's force of habit, right? You usually want to save things often, don't you? Let's see. Immediately after you cast a spell with a spell slot that restores hit points. So I don't think Goodberry would work on this. You know, assuming she doesn't eat one of her own berries. Actually, no. Immediately after you cast a spell with the spell slot that restores the hit points to one or more creatures other than yourself. So theoretically, this could work if she casts it with Goodberry, as long as she doesn't eat one of the berries. Which, I'm not sure how that would work, though. But, you know, then again, it would just restore the same amount of hit points, so I guess it would be kind of irrelevant, wouldn't it? Yeah. That's actually a good question, right? Immediately after you cast a spell with a spell slot that restores hit points to one or more creatures other than yourself, you regain hit points equal to 2 plus the spell slot's level. Oh no, because in the case of like Disciple of Life, it's additional hit points equal to 2 plus the spell slot's level. But I guess in that case, like, Disciple of Life would just override it. Yeah, so like, the Goodberry spell really does kind of break this domain, so to speak. But I think that's it for class features. Alright, let's try to even this out a little bit. Alright. I think that's largely it then for the subclass features. Because, you know, she doesn't really have that much. Yeah, so as I mentioned, she'll lose her background feature. Yes. Ooh. Forgot about that. Yeah, that's kind of important, isn't it? And let's go back to the first page. Yeah, so I dropped the variance portion of... Oh, that reminds me, yes. I forgot that new human feature, resourceful. I actually forgot about that. Okay. Yeah, see, that's why I'm glad I'm doing a look over. So I dropped the German Holy Priesterin, High Priestess, so just go with Cleric Life Domain. She went from Folk Hero to, you know, Hanverkuren. I'm sure I'm pronouncing that wrong too, but Artisan. But other than that, everything stays the same here. Added one more point to Strength. Alright, she gained some new skills, but she lost the expertise bonus for religion. Let's see. Gust spells will still be the same. I'm gonna keep that. Shillelagh. She can throw the dagger. Yeah, I don't think it was necessarily a magical dagger. I don't think there was any enhancement bonuses, so... Yeah, just 4 plus our 2-point strength mod. Yeah, sure thing, Daniel. Let's see. Yeah, so she gains insight and investigation, though. She loses survival, but that wasn't really a big deal. Divine Strike's basically the same. Ritual casting, pretty much every caster's got that now. Spellcasting focus. That's still the same. She gains one more channel divinity. She gets Divine Spark instead of the optional Harsh Divine Power. Preserve life is the same. Turn Undead's basically the same. She got a lot more tool proficiencies and all martial weapon proficiencies too. Yeah, it's like I said, no more expertise though, but yeah, Divine Order Protector, that's actually really nice. Equipment's basically the same. Yeah, I think that just largely just leaves her spells now. I gotta recopy this. Oops. That's not even the right page. Alright, just... There. There we go. Let's try this again. And you know, I probably should like modify a screenshot from Soul Calibur 6 to replace the artwork like I did with Quintessa. At least keep it consistent, I suppose, and you know, not use somebody else's artwork without permission, right? Even if I did make some modifications to it. What the heck? I don't know why the page shifted like that. Alright, on to spells. So let me take note of this. I think it's a word wrap off. So, first level would be Cure Wounds, and I think Bless. Second, and then that would be Aid and Lesser Restoration. Third level, Mass Healing Word and Revivify. Fourth level, Aura of Life and Death. I'm not even sure what that does. I think that's usually a paladin spell, actually. 5th level. Greater Restoration and Mass Cure Wounds. Yes and no. So, yeah, so the thing about Korinthe is that her goddess, Wenta, her favorite weapon is the club. And when I was playing as her in Ghost of Saltmarsh, the party eventually obtained their own ship. And so I had her eventually wield a ship's belaying pin. I'm just gonna look it up, actually. Yeah, because I believe it's used to hold down a ship's rigging. This is such a slow computer. Yeah, here you go. Yeah, a belaying pin is a solid metal or wooden device used on traditionally rigged sailing vessels to secure lines of running rigging. Largely replaced on most modern vessels by cleats, they are still used particularly on square-rigged ships. Yeah. So the idea being is that she took a wooden version and just used as a weapon, and then she can cast it with a shillelagh spell. And so in the case of Soul Calibur 6, the closest equivalent you had would be Cassandra's Baker's Daughter, I believe it's called, which was a rolling pin and a basket, because the Alexandra sisters come from a family of bakers. So, yeah, unfortunately in that game you can't really mix and match weapons and shields for them, for Cassandra and Sophidia. Because otherwise, Korinthe would be using an ordinary, well, a magical steel shield that belonged to her brother. So, yes, it'd be like a wooden club and a steel shield. Although, I think at the very, very beginning when I played as her, she used a mace. Yeah, I think the idea was like, it was actually her brother's mace. So, but yeah, this is where that comes from. Actually, you know, the reason I got that idea... Oh, what page is background's on? Okay, that's a little too far. I'm just kind of picking page numbers at random here. Weapons. Yeah, I want to look up Sailor. Here we go. Equipment. A belaying pin, parentheses, club. So that's basically where I got that idea from. Let's see here. Oh, yeah. You say you were, yeah, Daniel, you say you were writing a short story about Quintessa. Right on. I mean, yeah, that's kind of the idea. I mean, yeah, we all start off as beginners on whatever we're trying to do, so... And at least you recognize you may need to improve, so... Thank you. But yeah, because the club is Wenta's favorite weapon, and because I had to learn the shillelagh spell, she can magically enchant it to make it a bit stronger. Let's see here. I got no idea what the page number is going to be. Uh, 310 maybe? I'm getting closer actually. Shield. Shillelagh, here we go. Yeah, a club or quarterstaff you're holding is imbued with nature's power. For the duration, you can use your spellcasting ability instead of strength for the attack and damage rolls of melee attacks using that weapon, and the weapon's damage die becomes a D8. If the attack deals damage, it can be force damage. I think that's a new feature, or the weapon's normal damage type, your choice. The spell ends early if you cast it again, or if you let go of the weapon. And then Cantrip upgrade, the damage die changes when you reach levels 5, 11, and 7. Actually, that's also new. Wow. D10, D12, and 2D6. It becomes a D... Yeah, I think that's new. I think that's actually quite new. Let's see if we can look at the old version. Here we go, okay. So, yeah, this is the previous version. The wood of a club or quarterstaff you are holding is imbued with nature's power. For the duration, you can use your spellcasting ability instead of strength for the attack and damage rolls of melee attacks using the weapon, and the weapon's damage die becomes a d8. The weapon also becomes magical if it isn't already. The spell ends if you cast it again or if you let go of the weapon. Yeah, they definitely bumped it up. Let's see. Is it still a bonus action? Yeah, bonus action. Range. No, that's Shield of Faith. That's the wrong one. Okay, yeah, bonus action, self. Components, verbal, somatic material. So, yeah, mistletoe. Mistletoe, a shamrock leaf, and a club or court. Oh! Okay, they dropped the shamrock leaf, because that's actually why Korinthe has that. She had a shamrock leaf on her person. It's because of this spell. Huh. I guess she doesn't need that anymore. Because she already has the mistletoe for Goodberry. Duration 1 minute. Duration 1 minute. So that's still the same. Yeah, they definitely made it stronger. I mean, I was surprised they boosted the Dark Vision spell from, I think, 60 feet to 150. But yeah, since Wenta is also a goddess of agriculture, I thought, and yeah, I mentioned, club being her favorite weapon, I thought it'd be appropriate. Using that weapon. And the weapon's damage die becomes a d8. Oh, but it doesn't specify that it's a magic weapon anymore, like the old version did. Yeah, the weapon also becomes magical if it isn't already. Oh. Just says, yeah, if the attack deals damage, it can be force damage or the weapon's normal. They actually took that part out. That's interesting. But then again, since she's now proficient in woodcarver's tools and whatnot, theoretically she could just enchant it herself. I think that's how that works. Yeah, so now instead of just doing 1d8 plus her wisdom mod, it'll be 1d12 plus 5. Okay, well, let me... Yeah, because I had it listed here, 1d8 plus 5. Yeah, you can use your spellcasting, so wisdom instead of strength for the attack and damage rolls. Yeah, so that'll still so plus 9 is still the same. So it'll just be 1d12 plus 5. Let's see. Well, yeah, I mean, yeah, because Greyhawk is my favorite campaign setting. Shortly followed by the Forgotten Realms. Unfortunately, I'm not in a group right now. Yeah, because I mean, yeah, there are significant changes to the mechanics. Yeah, as we see here, the biggest change was that they dropped the background features for backgrounds, and now they just give feats, which I feel like gives them a lot less flavor. Like really, because I went into quite a bit of ranting in my 2 previous streams for this, and granted, that was more towards the lore changes with regards to Greyhawk. Like, for example, Otto of the Circle of Eight is now a dwarf bard instead of a human cleric wizard. Alright. But I mean, other than that, though, in terms of mechanic changes, it's actually the actual gameplay, I don't really mind it too much. I mean, yeah, I have been having trouble with, some feats changing and whatnot, but... And lore, I can just stick with the old lore if I really want to. And as for you, Daniel, I mean, if you can input it in the comments section, that'd be great. Otherwise, feel free to post it in one of my community comments. I can check it out there. Thank you. Yeah, see, thankfully, we got like a gaming store in town, and I had like $100 worth of store credits, so I basically got 3 books for the price of 1. And I originally didn't intend to buy the new books, but then I thought, well, since I have made my own homebrew content, I probably should keep up to date. So, and that's kind of what leads to these kind of streams here, me updating my characters. Right, now, I mentioned earlier I am quite pedantic, so I like when I can have things lined up. So let's do this. So now it's 1d12 plus 5. Yeah, bludge. Because this font will not shrink. Wait. Did I? Ooh! I didn't even realize I wrote slashing instead of piercing for her dagger. For my drow blackguard Variolus. Oopsies! Wow, now I'm glad I loaded this up. So 1d4 plus 2. 1d11. Okay. Yeah, so the dagger stays the same. 1d4 plus 2 piercing from her strength score. But yeah, Shillelagh would now be 1d12 plus 5. Okay. Okay. I mean, you know, I will say this about the new books. I'm glad that the prices are still the same. Like, you know, $50 is still a fair bit of cash. But then it was also $50 back in 2014, so once you take inflation into account, it is technically cheaper, isn't it? Yeah. But granted, you know, my favorite covers were for 3rd edition, where they actually look like really classic books of antiquity. I like the 3rd edition covers the best. Yeah, so yeah, Gust will stay the same. So I'll keep those in mind. Okay, yeah, let's get Variolus out of the way. Okay, so we got Magic Initiates / Xanathar's Guide to Everything. How did I do this for Quintessa? Because on this new version of the sheet, because this version of course using the old version, I've got a separate column for page numbers now. Ooh. I should probably actually open up the physical copy then. Okay, yeah, that's right. I gotta capitalize these names as well. What is spell list? Okay. Yeah, I mean, you know, at least they include the spell list in the class sections now, so that makes things easier. So she can have, what was it, I think 5 cantrips now? Which I think is the same as before. Yeah, 5 cantrips and 16 spells. Well, I'm not gonna worry about spell preparation right now. Usually I just wait until I actually print out the spell sheet and then just fill it in with pencil. And spell slots will be the same. Let's see. Yeah, you know, 3 and 4 and 10. Alright. The number of spells I know increases, so yeah, it's a fixed number now. It's no longer class plus your wisdom modifier. But other than that, that should all be the same, really. So what do we got for cleric spells? Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Yeah, you know, like for example, like I'm not really big on Apple, but in the same vein, both on my desktop and on my laptop, I've got all my D&D stuff stored on a local host server because my background's in website design. So that does make things so much easier. Okay, I don't think I need to really change our cantrips all that much. Guidance, mending, spare the dying. That's the same. Thaumaturgy. Oh, Word of Radiance. So they just added that into the new book, so it's no longer from Xanathar's Guide. Well, yeah, so I don't have to include that from Xanathar's Guide. But yeah, I don't think they included the Gust spell anymore. Let's see if this works. Man, it's been years since Mordenkainen had hair. And considering they reset the timeline back to 576, but he's still bald. Grease. Okay, just... Yeah, so GR, GU, GUI, GUI. Okay, they got Gust of Wind as a Druid spell. Druid, Ranger, Sorcerer, Wizard. So she won't be able to learn that, which is a real shame. I would love her to have that one. Yeah, so I think I'll just still have to include Gust then. I mean, you didn't really miss much, Daniel, because at the very beginning of the stream, not only was I kind of ill-prepared, but my internet shut down for a moment, so I did have to, like, reset everything, so to speak, so you didn't miss a whole lot. Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's actually why I picked up Ghost of Saltmarsh when it came out, because, it was a Greyhawk supplement, so I thought, sort of. So I thought I'd try to pick it up as a kind of an opportunity to support the system. Unfortunately, the group I was with wasn't really all that familiar with Greyhawk, so that's why... Oh, it's right here. That's actually why I made a player's guide to Saltmarsh, to try and include as much information as I can, mostly from the Living Greyhawk Gazetteer, Ghost of Saltmarsh, World of Greyhawk, Living Greyhawk Journal, and whatever else I can find that I thought was interesting. Of course, granted, now I gotta update this at some point. Yeah, got the Traditionalist faction, the Loyalist faction, and a very old logo for the Scarlet Brotherhood. I really need to fix that background. I really need to fix it. See, the idea is that I want to create like little droplets representing the Rain of Colors fire, and then just create a sea of flame underneath, and then the symbol of the Scarlet Brotherhood rising up from the ashes, so to speak, right? Rising up from the flames. That's the idea I had in mind. Promise, this by itself doesn't look good. Like, the Loyalist was easy, right? Just like the sun shining on Keoland. And of course, Saltmarsh is a coastal town, so you got waves. That was actually very easy to do. Alright. So other than that, yeah, I think our cantrips will remain the same. I'll just take a little note off the word of the... No, I'll keep the note on Gust. I'll take it off of Word of Radiance. Yeah, her backs have been fantastic. Yeah, because I actually do have that listed here. In fact, actually, it's set up so that if you click on this, I wish I could point this with my finger, but it'll open up the map on our website. So you gotta be careful. Yeah, the only downside is that if I view this on my phone, these links don't work. Which is a shame, because that would make things so much easier. Yeah, because I'm not really expecting anything like a Sword Coast Adventurer's Guide for Greyhawk, not anytime soon. I mean, well, I guess that's what the new DMG is for, right? So, and for the most part, again, aside from, making Ottawa Dwarf or Bigby a Gnome, or Jalazia Warlock, aside from that, they did a pretty good job with Greyhawk, so I can't really complain. It's better than just being forgotten, I suppose, and now we do have an official campaign year of 576, that's what I went with. I'm never gonna get to this anyway. Let's see, where's Quintessa? Okay, yeah, the problem with Quintessa is that she's got 8 cantrips, so I didn't have room to write Magic Initiate down, but... Let's see, Magic Initiates... Well, I'm gonna go with... what number would this be? Okay, what was the last number I used? 4 for skilled, because I went with an asterisk for her stealth and her armor note. Let's go with 5. So I want this to stay consistent. Yeah. And then that would make this one number 6. This actually might make things a little confusing, to be honest. Well, maybe 7. Centaurs. Wow, what did I do? I hit the wrong key. Let's guide to... Okay, maybe I'll keep this as a separate line. Yeah, I guess you want. Well, yeah, I guess you wanted to make an actual Greyhawk version of the Sword Coast Adventurer's Guide. You have to use the Wild Coast. Yeah, I noticed that with regards to the Scarlet Brother, they call it like the Scarlet Order now. But like the funny thing is, like, another name for it was already like the Scarlet Sign. If I got it here somewhere. Because this character's chaotic evil, so, and she's pure-blooded soul. Yeah, the hierarchy of the Scarlet Sign. They could have just gone with that instead of Scarlet Order. But I'm very much a grognard, so I'm just gonna keep it as Brotherhood. Yeah, I gotta fix that logo. Let's see. All right, so. Try to line this up a little bit. Yeah, it's good for now. Oh wait, I'm not gonna have enough room. Oh, I didn't even think about that. Oopsies. Okay, Magic Initiates. I'm not gonna do this. / Xanathar's Guide. Yeah, it's close enough. Because I mentioned earlier, I don't want to make the text too small, because otherwise it'll be hard to read once it's printed out. But other than that, alright, so we got guidance. Gust. Mending. Shillelagh. And it must be the Irish in me that lets me spell that correctly. I did spell it correctly, right? Yeah. Spare the Dying. Thaumaturgy. I'll probably botch this one. I think there's a U in there. 2 U's. And then Word of Radiance. Let's see. Oh yeah, because I'm not gonna find Shillelagh on there. Yeah, material components. I just book in my hand. Yeah, mistletoe. Let me double check Goodberry. A sprig. So mistletoe says a sprig of Let me phrase this. Goodberry says a sprig of mistletoe, and then Shillelagh just says mistletoe. I guess they didn't really think too hard about that. Okay. Well, still. So I'll keep the superscript capital M for the material component there, but I don't think anything else. Unfortunately, there's really no superscript capital C Unicode character that I can use, which is a shame. That would be really nice. And then let's see here. So Gus and Shillelagh were both magic initiate spells. So I need a 6. And then a 7. Yeah, I mean it's a little awkward having 2 numbers like that, but And see, Gus was from page 157. Yeah, so I can't really have a word stretched across here because this is actually its own separate column. But that should. I think that's what I did with Quintessa 9. Yeah. Wait, hold on. Because she's got a custom. Yeah, capital M, and then the number. Okay. Yeah, because she got her own completely unique spells. Ooh, but I should probably fix this. What did I end up calling her? Cleric Life Domain. I did that with Quintessa, right? Sorcerer, Ancient Sorcery. Alright. Copy. Well. That should work. Actually, hold on a second. Which? I'm gonna try this one. I don't know why there's like 2 different versions of the small caps F, but I mean they're both still too big compared to, like, say, the I and the E. Ah, well, I'm not gonna worry about that. Maybe I'm a little too pedantic. Okay, what am I gonna do about page numbers here? Let's see. Guardian of Faith, alright. Guidance. So that's page 282. Mending. It's 297. Shillelagh. 316. Spare the Dying. 318. And Thaumaturgy. Here we go. 333. Yeah, and Word of Radiance. I wonder if they actually changed that at all. Yeah, I didn't even expect to see that. 343. Let's see. Burning Radiance erupts from you in a 5-foot emanation. Each creature of your choice that you can see in it must succeed on a Constitution saving throw or take 1d6 radiant damage, or in her case 3d6. Components: a Sunburst token. I think that's largely the same though. Did I have a copy of that book? Yeah, there's Xanathar's Guide to Everything. That was previously on page 171. Oh, here we go. Oh, see, the original component was a holy symbol. But now, if I can find it... Now it's a Sunburst token. That's a bit more specific. Let's see. You utter a divine word and burning radiance erupts from you. Each creature of your choice that you can see within range must succeed on a Constitution saving throw. Okay, so it's still the same though. It's still the same. Oh, it's range self, range 5 feet, but yeah, within range. Yeah, so it's still basically the same. Well, yeah, thank you anyway, Daniel. I mean, I guess I'm not really, well, yeah, because I'm not really explaining how to play the game, so to speak, so I guess that's kind of the problem. I don't think I had it listed on her. Yeah, I got Shillelagh, I got Silver Dagger, and I got Gust, because Gust was a more important one. And then, yeah, I want to have Divine Strike as well, listed there. Oh well. Yeah, let's just reset this again. Yeah, that should take care of our cantrips then. Okay, what do we got for 4, 3? Let's see. 3, 3, 2. 3. 3. 2. I think she just has 1 6th level spell slot. Okay. Now I don't think we're gonna have much of a change for our first level spells either. Aside from the domain spells anyway. So what do we have? Oh yeah, there used to be a spell called Ceremony, because I think that's kind of the official way to make holy water. Yeah, I don't think they have that anymore. But bless, Ceremony, so I could still keep that. Create or destroy water, cure wounds, detect magic, detect poison and disease, good berry, healing word, purify food and drink, sanctuary and shield. Okay, so that's still gonna be the same. So let's see here. Bless. Ceremony. Create or destroy water. Cure wounds. Detect magic. Detect poison and disease. Good berry. I think it's one word, isn't it? Healing word. Purify food and drink. Sanctuary. And Shield of Faith. Now, some of these are ritual spells, or can you cast as rituals? Ooh, on spot. So yeah, detect magic. Ceremony. And of course some have material components. So also ceremony, which is like I think 50 gold pieces worth of powdered silver. Good berry, of course. Yeah, because she can use her holy symbol to replace material components for her cleric spells, but not for her druid spells. So that's actually why I have that indicated. Yeah, that's why I got marked up for Shillelagh as well. Oh, detect poison and disease. That's also a ritual spell. Right? Detect magic, detect poison, disease, purify food and drink. I mean, I guess it could drop off ceremony and replace with detect evil and good. That might be an important spell to have, right? Yeah, I can do that then. Because, I mean, granted, I'm pretty sure she can still make holy water without casting any kind of spell. I probably should look that up, actually. Let's see, 226. When you take the attack action, you can replace one of your attacks with throwing a flask of holy water. Target one creature you can see within 20 feet of yourself. The target must succeed on a dexterity saving throw, or take 2d8 radiant damage if it is a fiend or an undead. Okay, how do you make this stuff? Okay, I got a priest pack. Yeah, protection from evil and good. Components: a flask of holy water worth 25 plus gold pieces, which the spell consumes. Holy water, ooh, 226. I don't think it says. Oh dear. A cleric or paladin may create holy water by performing a special ritual. The ritual takes 1 hour to perform, uses 25 gold pieces worth of powdered silver, and requires the caster to expend a first level spell slot. I don't think it mentioned that in this new book. Oh. Did they forget? Oh, oopsies. Well, I guess that's just gonna be a house rule then, sort of. I mean, unless there's something else that I'm missing. But I just did a search for holy water and I couldn't find anything else, so. Yeah, maybe I will just keep that there then. So I think now I just... Oh, actually, that's right. They dropped Shield of Faith from the life domain spells. No. It was Bless and Cure Wounds before. Okay, I guess that stays the same. Never mind. I'm wrong. Yeah, so our first level spells can stay the same. Alright. So, Magic Initiates. And then let's see, where am I going to find number 8? Life Domain Spell. That's good enough. And was it Cure Wounds? No, I mean, I guess I don't really need a non-breaking space, but because it's just one line. Alright, and then let's see. So I'll need a number 6 for Goodberry. And then 7 for Xanathar's Guide. That should take care of our first level spells. I guess just to make this scene make a bit more sense. You know, 6, 7, 8, right? Yeah, so A, Lesser Restoration. Previously, Lesser Restoration and Spiritual Weapon. But otherwise, I don't think I'm going to have to make too many changes. Aid, Augury, Calm Emotions, Continual Flame, Enhance Ability, Gentle Repose. Yes, that's why she has those 2 copper pieces. Hold Person, Lesser Restoration, Prayer of Healing, Protection from Poison, Spiritual Weapon, and Warding Bond. Okay. So I don't really hit the... Oh, there's Aura of Life. Okay, well, there's a Cleric spell here. Let's see, Cleric spells. Yeah, they added that though. Because I remember Aura of Life being like a Paladin spell. Aura of Life, Aura of Purity. But not for Clerics. So they did add that then. Aura of Life, Aura of Purity. And Circle of Power, because that was also a Paladin spell. Yeah, it wasn't there. Okay, that's kind of neat. Of course, Summon Celestial. That's, well, I think that was from, I don't want to say Tasha's Cauldron. So she had something like that before. Okay. So we got Aid, Augury, Calm Emotions, Continual Flame, and that's how she got her Ever-Burning Torch, Enhance Ability, Gentle Repose, Old person. Lesser restoration. Prayer of healing. Protection from poison. Spiritual weapon. And warding bond. Alright, so we got some material component spells, some ritual spells. I hate when that happens. Life domain spell. So that would now be aid and lesser restoration. Other than that, though, it should be the same. I guess I could just probably take the word spell off. It's kind of somewhat redundant. Alright, welcome back, Daniel. Okay, on to the third level. So what do we have now? Let's see. Beacon of Hope, got that. Create food and water, that's there. Dispel magic. Glyph of warding. Magic circle. Mass healing word. Revivify, still there. Speak with dead, alright. Spirit guardians, down there. Tons and water walk. Perfect. Tasha's culture. Ooh, did I skip Spirit Shroud? Yeah. I don't think that. Yeah, they don't have that listed there. Well, okay, I'm not gonna worry about that one then. I can skip that. I don't even remember what I even did anymore. Actually, you know what? I might as well just do this. Level 5. Level 4. Level 3. Okay, so we got Beacon of Hope. Great food and water. Dispel magic. Glyph of warding. Magic circle. Mass healing word. Revivify. Speak with dead. Spirits guardians. I'm going to put this down here just for the moment. I forgot to add page numbers to the first and second level spells. Oops. I can do that later. Water walk. So. That's a material component. Spirit Guardians is material. far as I'm aware. Oh no, maybe not anymore. Maybe not. I guess it was in the past. What just says a prayer scroll? Now, what did it used to be then? You know, how about this? Load up a second copy of this. Oh yeah, here we go. Yeah, spirit. Yeah, component's a holy symbol. That's probably why. Okay, that's not well. Yeah, now it says it's a prayer scroll. That's not really a big deal then. Okay, I can just take that off then. Let's see. Oh, maybe I should have clairvoyance then. That's an idea. Other than that, I can't see it using melted stone. Glyph of warding. Oh, that's so that needs a material component now. Yeah, magic circle, revivify. And that should be it then. And then we got some ritual spells. Yeah, I'm just glad I didn't accidentally open up any of these programs. That would be a pain. Okay, we got Water Walk. She doesn't have Melon Stone. She doesn't have Feigned Death. I think that's it then. So what is Glyph of Warding's component then? Powdered diamond with 200 plus gold pieces which the spell consumes. Oh my. Yeah, there it is. Powdered diamond with 200 plus gold pieces which... What did it used to be? Incense and powdered diamond with at least 200. Okay. Okay, it didn't change. I just didn't add the M there. That's my fault. Alright, that's not a problem then. So yeah, I think I'll drop Spirit Trial and I'll just add Clairvoyance later. So what are the new domain spells? Mass Healing Word and Revivify. Mass Healing Word and Revivify. Alright. Other than that though, yeah, that looks the same. So let's do this. We'll start moving stuff down. How do I spell clairvoyance? There's a lot of C-O-N spells. C-L-A-I-R-V-O-Y-A-N-C. That's on page 250. Yeah, I kind of forgot about all this. How about I do this? 7 for bless. Oh, ceremony. What page was that one on? 151. Create or destroy water. Gotta be here somewhere. 258. Cure wounds. 259. Oh, nuts. Detect magic. 262. Detect poison and disease. Same thing. Good berry. See, this is why I like having form fillable PDFs. It just makes things so neat and tidy. 280. Healing word. 284. Purify food and drink. Which I'm not really sure how that works with beer, but... 310. Sanctuary. 313. Oh dear. Get rid of that. And then Shield of Faith. 316. I've only had a bookmark on hand. Aid. 239. Augury. 244. Calm emotions. 249. Continual flame. 256. Enhance ability. Actually, well, I was kind of curious if that ever had any changes. Oh, I think it did actually. You touch a creature and choose Strength, Dexterity, Intelligence, Wisdom, or Charisma. For the duration, the target has advantage on ability checks using the chosen ability. You can target one additional creature for each spell slot level above 2. You can choose a different ability for each target. Yeah, so that's definitely a change. Because I think it used to be that... I remember, you can target additional creatures with a higher level spell slot. But before you would just pick one ability to enhance. But if you picked Strength, Dexterity, or Constitution, you'd gain some bonuses on top of that. But they kind of changed that, didn't they? Yeah, here you go. You touch a creature and bestow upon it a magical enhancement. Choose one of the following effects. The target gains the effects until the spell ends. Well, okay, that's still the same. Concentration up to 1 hour. Bear's Endurance. The target has advantage on Constitution checks. It also gains 2d6 temporary hit points, which are lost when the spell ends. Bull's Strength. The target has advantage on strength checks, and his or her carrying capacity doubles. This is actually why I had it on the list, because the idea was not so much that she'd be using it on her adventures, but that she'd be using it on her brewery to enhance her and her workers' strength so they could, move more barrels of ale, right? Because I think, if it's like a 40-gallon barrel, like 300 pounds or something like that. Cat's Grace, target has advantage on dexterity checks. It also doesn't take damage from falling 20 feet or less if it isn't incapacitated. And then Eagle's Splendor, Fox Cunning, Owl's Wisdom. So that's basically the same advantage. When you cast a spell using a spell slot of 3rd level or higher, you can target one additional creature for each slot level above 2nd. Okay. Yeah, so now you can choose whose ability to change for each character. That is neat. But yeah, they got rid of all this stuff. That's a shame, though. Yeah, that kind of gets rid of the whole reason I gave it to her in the first place. Oh, my channel's description? I mean, I really wouldn't worry about it too much, because it's mostly just like a quote from a comedian, and then the playlist for my streams, like, or playlist, but schedule, the schedule for my streams. So I wouldn't worry about the my channel's about page all that much. Okay. What page is this on? 268, yeah. Oh well. Let's see. Next up is Gentle Repose. 278. Yeah, 2 copper pieces which the spell consumes. Oh, that's a new one. You touch a corpse or other remains for the duration the target is protected from decay and can't become undead. The spell also effectively extends the time limit on raising the target from the dead, since days spent under the influence of the spell don't count against the time limit of spells such as Raise Dead. Yeah, that's also an alteration from before. Yeah, here we go. Gentle Repose Ritual. Yeah, a pinch of salt and 1 copper piece placed on each of the corpse's eyes, which must remain there for the duration. You touch a corpse or other remains. For the duration, the target is protected from decay and can't become undead. The spell also heals itself. Otherwise, it behaves the same, but now instead of putting the copper pieces on the target's eyes and leaving them there, the spell just consumes them. That's actually kind of annoying. That means that, you know, I mean, it's not a spell you're gonna have to cast all that often, but yeah, if she does cast it, she'll have to find, you know, she's gotta make change somehow, right? Yeah, because that's the whole reason she had 2 copper pieces lying around. This game sometimes. Old person. 286. 286. That's the restoration. 291, because there's a picture in the way. Prayer of Healing. I actually don't remember this spell that well. What does it say? Up to 5 creatures of your choice who remain within range for the spell's entire casting gain the benefit of a short rest and also regain 2d8 hit points. A creature can't be affected by a spell again until that creature finishes a long rest. Using a high level spell slot, the healing increases by 1d8 for each spell slot level above 2. This, I feel like this is a definite change. Up to 6 creatures of your choice that you can see within range each regain hit points equal to 2d8 plus your spellcasting modifier. This spell has no effect on undead or constructs. Yeah, 306. So up to 5 creatures of your choice remain within range for the spell's entire casting. What is the casting time? Casting time 10 minutes. Well, that's okay. That's the same, yeah. Gain the benefits of a short rest and also regain 2d8 hit points. So they definitely buffed this up quite a bit. Okay, but they dropped the whole 2d8 plus your spellcasting modifier, so it's, you know, but it's, yeah, it is technically better than before. I guess now that means it can affect undead and constructs, maybe. But it's basically a kind of spell you're really only going to cast once per day then. Yeah, because it was kind of an odd spell, because it's kind of superseded by like mass healing word, I think. Alright, well, I learned something new. Okay, protection from poison. 310, spiritual weapon. 319, and then warding bond. Now it's on the third level spells. I mean, I guess I could really do the whole. I guess I should have done the whole page of Anti off stream, but I will see it through, I guess. Speaking of hope, yeah, come to think of it, yeah, they don't list page numbers on here, do they? No, they don't. That would have been handy. That would have saved so much time. Instead of just flipping through the book over and over. Yeah. Great food and water. 258. Dispel magic. 264. Glyph of warding. 279. Magic circle. Magic jar, magic circle, 293. Yeah, you got a mass healing word. 296. Yeah, up to 6 creatures of your choice that you can see within range regain hit points equal to 2d4 plus your spellcasting mod. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's the same. Revivify. Yeah, you touch a creature that has died within the last minute. The creature revives with 1 hit point. You can't revive a creature that has died of old age, nor does it restore any missing body parts. Yeah, that looks about the same. Speak with dead. Spirit Guardians. 319. The Ton spell. Always handy when you're a businesswoman. 334. Yeah, the spell grants a creature you touch the ability to understand any spoken or signed language, that's new, that it hears or sees. Moreover, when the target communicates by speaking or signing, any creature that knows at least one language can understand it if the creature can hear the speech or see the signing. Alright, so now you actually can understand Drow sign language. Water walk. Water breathing. There we go, 340. Finally, I got that out of the way. That means on to 4th spells. Alright, what do we got now? Yeah, not a whole lot, really. Yeah, so they added Aura of Life and Aura of Purity from the Paladin list. Banishments, Control Water, Death Ward, Divination, Freedom of Movements, Guardian of Faith. Yeah, it's basically everything. Alright, so what I will do is just add Well, I kind of have to add both of them. Aura of life. Aura of purity. Banishments. Control water. Death ward. Divination. Freedom of movement. Guardian of faith. Locate creature. And stone shape. Aura of life and aura purity is page 244 for both. Banishment 5. Control water, because you know Genshin lives on the coast, makes sense. Death Ward, that's always a nice spell to have. 261. Divination. 264. Freedom of movement. 277. I remember Guardian of Faith being really nice. A large spectral guardian appears and hovers for the duration in an unoccupied space that you can see within range. The guardian occupies that space and is invulnerable, and appears in a form appropriate for the deity or pantheon. Considering the goddess she worships, I can only imagine what that's going to look like. Any enemy that moves to a space within 10 feet of the guardian for the first time on a turn or starts its turn there makes a dex saving throw, taking 20 radiant damage on a failed save or half as much damage on a successful one. The Guardian vanishes when its delta total 6. Yeah, pretty sure it's still the same. Alright. So I think that because it lasts for 8 hours, I think the idea is that a cleric would cast a spell just before the party rests for the evening. Okay, it's creature. 2 by 2. And then stone shape. 2, 1. Now, what spells ritual, what spells material components? Let's see, divination. Yep, that's still the same. I guess that's it, really. Yeah, in that case, I gotta mark off the life domain spells, which will be now Aura of Life and Death Ward. Alright, that's easy enough. And now we've got the 5th level spells. Oh yeah, they added circle of power too. I think I mentioned that before. So commune, dispel evil and good, greater restoration, hallow, mass cure wounds, raise dead, scrying, and they added summon celestial from Tasha's Cauldron. All right. Dispel evil and good. Greater Restoration. Ooh, I hit the wrong key. Oopsies. Let's try this again. Hello. Mass cure wounds. Raise dead. Scrying. And summon celestial. Part of me actually kind of wants to add Circle of Power. I think you should be able to. Well, okay, she can't really cast the spell technically. Components: the power of a crushed black pearl worth 500 or more gold pieces. That's what, 250. That's Circle of Death. Oh, yeah, I'm looking at the wrong one. Okay, never mind. Yeah, here you go. Here's Circle of Power. Okay, no material component then. An aura radiates from you in a 30-foot emanation for the duration. While in the aura, you and your allies have advantage on saving throws against spells and other magical effects. When an affected creature makes a saving throw against a spell or magical effect that allows a save to take only half damage, it takes no damage if it's... Wow, that's really, really good. Yeah, it used to be just Paladin only. Oh, wow, now even wizards get it. Oh my. And with Quintessa's homebrew class feature, you learn spells from the wizard's spell list. Maybe I should give that to her. Because otherwise she got Quintessa's Dwemer Drain, Scrying, and Telekinesis. I might have to keep that in mind. Because I really like Telekinesis. I might just replace the Scrying spell then. Huh. Now, what do I get rid of, though? Well, I guess the same thing. Get rid of Scrying, because she can't actually cast a spell without the right component anyway. Start moving some stuff down. Yeah, I didn't even realize wizards get that now. Circle of Power. Cleric, Paladin, Wizard. And that's on page 250. Commune. 252. Dispel Evil and Good. 263. Greater Restoration. Now, I'm sure I've mentioned this in the past, but I really like how 3rd edition kind of listed these kind of spells as more like Restoration Lesser, Restoration Greater, comma, you know, so that way they kept it on the same page. But again, there were a lot of different like lesser and greater spells, so that was a bigger deal back then. Here we go, 281. Hello, say your prayers. 283. And I'm pretty sure her brewery is under a Hallow spell, actually. I'll have to double check that. I haven't listened on her notes. And I did get a chance to cast Mass Cure Wounds during her last adventure. That really helped, because we tripped some sort of... like, it wasn't Fireball, but it was some sort of like a mass damaging spell. Mass Cure Wounds, 296. So yeah, that really helped. Raise Dead. Not Animate Dead, mind you, though. And this is a little bit nicer. 1-0. And Summon Celestial. So that's a default spell. 323. have here? So, greater restoration and mass cure wounds. Oop. And anything else? Commune, that's a ritual spell. Okay. Hollow, then. Wait, greater restoration needs a material component? No. I don't think it did before. Diamond dust worth 100 plus gold pieces, which the spell consumes. Diamond, no, diamond's worth at least 100. No, okay, I guess that's still the same. That's still the same. Yeah, well, I got it listed there. Yeah, M for material component, as well as dispel evil and good. Hallow, yep, that's got a component. That's cure wounds. That's still a save. Yeah, so raise dead. Need a component for that. Summon celestial. A lot of expensive spells here. Yeah, raise dead is no longer default though. It's not that big of a deal. Okay. And now that just leaves these 6th level spells. Granted, there's still quite a bit to choose from. In that case, I can get rid of that now. Because, I mean, I'm almost done with this anyway. I mean, yeah, I would certainly love to play again. Yeah, especially considering all this effort I make to make things look all nice and neat. Let's see, what do we got for 6th level? Alright, got Blade Barrier. Yep. Yeah, I think I'll skip Create Undead. Find the Path, Forbiddance, Harm, Heal, Hero's Feast, Planar Ally, True Scene, and Word of Recall. Yeah, I don't think it's a total recall. Let's see. Where's her log sheet? Korinthe Brauerin. Yeah, like the campaign I played in was not an official Adventures League adventure, but I did find the log sheets to be really useful. Here we go. Let's see. Adventure notes. Downtime activity. Spell Hallow. For spirits of Saltmarsh, self-cast, bars elemental fiends and undead. Courage affects all creatures in the hallowed area. Because, I've heard alcohol referred to as liquid courage, so that makes sense. And spell Word of Recall. For spirits of Saltmarsh, self-cast. Sits on a shrine dedicated to Wenta on the 1st floor. Yeah, that reminds me. Because, yeah, at one point I thought about actually, mapping out her brewery on graph paper. I never really got around to it. But in my mind, I'd imagine this little alcove or something, this little room. And, you all know the song, 99 bottles of beer on the wall, right? That's literally what was going to be inside that room. It was going to be, row after row of, blessed beer going back to, all the way back to the founding of the breweries. It's not just beers on the wall. It's beer that's been blessed, dedicated to Wenta, that kind of traces back to the history of her family. And so I figured, if I'm gonna have something to focus Word of Recall on, it'll be that. Just hopefully none of her allies tries to drink anything. I had forgotten all about that. Because, granted, the last time I played her was 2020, March 5th. Yeah, I got the kind of the military style date. And that's my DM. Yeah, actually, I forgot to mention, I actually have a German copy of Ghost of Saltmarsh. We didn't play from that, mind you, but Because yeah, again, since I was trying to learn German, I thought it would make sense. And now you all know my real name. Well, you probably would have seen it already. Okay. Let's get this over with then, because it's getting kind of late anyway. Blade barrier. Find the path. Forbiddance. Harm. Heal. Hero's Feast. Feats. Planar Ally. Although I guess with Summon Celestial, it's kind of redundant now. True Seeing. Word of Recall. Was there anything else that would look interesting, though? I mean, there's Sunbeam. Yeah, that's basically it, just Sunbeam and Create Undead. Yeah. See, the problem is, like, you know, when she only has, like, one 6th level spell slot she can cast per day, you want to be really careful about your choice, right? I don't know. Yeah, the thing is, like, I've got, like, a bunch of unplayed 1st level characters who are basically ready to go. All I gotta do is, like, roll their ability scores. Well, ready to go for the previous 5th edition rule set. I got some for Greyhawk and some for Forgotten Realms, and then some like generic characters. Oh. So, Ame-san Jr. Karakora says, "Oh hi, take these monies." Oh, thank you very much for that. Kitty's adorable. Alright. Let's do the last set of pages. Blade. That's Blade Ward. Blade Barrier. Because that's not confusing, right? Find the path. Which I imagine also is very important if you're drunk. Find Steed, find Familiar. Oh, here it is. 273. Oh, I forgot the little period at the end. Yeah, the evil psychic powers of kitties. There's a bit of a callback. Actually, yeah, wasn't there a recent animated film based on Rescue Rangers? Because I didn't get a chance to see it, but I thought something came out for them. Actually, I think I still got my Disney Afternoon audio cassette somewhere around here. I don't know if it still plays, but... Oh, Forbiddance. Yeah, no wonder I can't find it. I'm in the G section. Yeah, 276. Oh! They made this spell cheaper. Ruby dust worth 1,000 gold pieces or more. It used to be 2,000. Let's see. Right? Oh no. Wait. A spigot of holy water, rare incense, and powdered ruby worth at least 1,000 gold pieces. Huh. Ruby just worth 1,000 gold pieces. No more holy water or rare incense. Then why does Korinthe have 2,000 gold pieces worth? Yeah, a vial of powdered ruby, 2,000. Why does she have that? Now I'm curious. Powdered ruby. Let's see if I find anything. I don't think it was a cast simulacrum. Huh. Well, thank you very much, Ricardo. So, I'm glad I can entertain you. Even if I am really, really confused. Yeah, powdered ruby. Ruby dust. Ruby, yeah. Well, they did change the terminology. Yeah, it's not. Because I think that I remember that confusing some people. Like I've seen threads online talking about that. Like, it's powdered ruby and ruby dust the same thing. Like, if you're cutting a gemstone, there's like dust left over. But powdered gems, like you gotta crush it. I guess this makes it more consistent. Ruby dust, so. A vial of, ruby dust. But why did I pick 2,000 though? $1,000 plus 1,000. Huh. Well, I guess I gotta just cash in half of it then, in case she needs to buy something. Thank you so much, Rikara. Yeah, I don't think it was for Force Cage because she can't cast that. All right, well, I better not think too hard about this. Where was I? Harm. Yeah, one thing I really miss about 3rd edition was that negative energy spells like Harm would heal the undead, and positive energy spells like heal or cure wounds would harm them. So it was kind of the opposite. That's not really the case anymore. 283. Yeah, I'm not really sure how you heal undead anymore. Heal. 284. Hero's Feast. I never really got a chance to cast the spell. Yeah. Components. A gem-encrusted bowl worth 1,000 gold pieces or more, which the spell consumes. Yeah, it's like, that's a really expensive spell for, like, something that really won't last for, like, a day. So, I just have it here just to fill up space, really. Planar Ally. Planar Binding, that's kind of the wizard version. Yeah, it's still only cleric only. 304. Yeah, it's definitely a bit more potent than Summon Celestial. True Seeing. Uh, 336. Oh, cool. Druids actually have a spell called Tsunami. And then Word of Recoil. Recoil. Word. Wish. 343. Alright, what do we got for rituals and whatnot? Okay, so Forbearance is the same. Material and ritual. Let's see, Find the Path, that's material. Hero's Feast, True Seeing. I think that takes care of her magic spells. Alright, let's see. Let me try and refresh this a little bit. Korinthe revised. Yeah, I think it'd be easier for me to preview this in the browser. Alright, got her name, you know, that's important. Cleric, life domain. I'm not really gonna bother translating that to German. Actually, I guess I could do this. Yeah, just to keep things a little more consistent. Artisan. But I'll keep this part in German though, just to add some flavor to her. Okay, so yeah, her strength is higher than before. Otherwise, everything else is still the same. She got some new skills, but you know, religion's not as high as it used to be. But oh well, because it's either that or I lose the healer's, the herbalism kit. Oh, I don't know. I'll keep them in mind. Yeah, maybe I'll stick with this. Because granted, even her goddess herself, Wenta, really isn't the most religious deity. Like, yeah, she's not the most pious, I suppose. Most pious, not the right word, but because yeah, I wanted to have animal handling for draft horses. Insight is good for business, investigation, medicine, perception, persuasion, religion. So, all right. Proficiencies: all weapons, all armor. Shields, brewer supplies, you know, she kind of has to have that. Carpenter's tools, herbalism kit, and then weaver's tools and woodcarver's tools. So that's, these three are new. Languages are still the same, 1, 2, 3, 4. Divine order, so it's somewhat new. Equipment's the same, money's the same. Divine strike is basically the same. Still got the gust spell from Xanathar's guide, so I'll keep that as is. Got the dagger. Oh, actually, yeah, sorry, I kind of forgot to double check on that one. Yeah, because you can't really pay for a silver coating anymore. Now it's just treated as its own magic weapon. So I'm not really sure what the value would be for that. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. Oh, okay, record. Yeah, so I guess there are ways to heal undead then. Alright, thank you very much. Yeah, because it said in like Wenta's description that she prefers her faithful to drink and party rather than pray, so. I think a silver weapon is considered uncommon now. Yeah, I can look this up. And they still have the Rod of Lordly Might. Pinky and the Brain? I don't know. Silvered weapon, yeah. Oh, it's a common weapon now. An alchemical process has bond silver to this magic weapon. When you score a critical hit with it against a creature that's shapeshifted, the weapon deals 1 additional die of damage. So I guess that makes it a magic weapon by default now. I didn't even think about that. What's the average price of a magic weapon? I'm pretty sure there's like a listing here somewhere. Okay, got magic items awarded by level, rarities, magic item rarities, and values. Because with these pages... That's not quite it. Oh. 216... 218, the pages is not in this copy. 220. Well, this is what happens when you download PDFs from interesting websites, so nuts. I didn't think about that. Okay, so it says the common item is a value of 100 gold pieces. Magic item values. Alright, that's not bad. That's not bad, because that's actually what I listed. Yeah, if we scroll down a bit. Let's see. Yeah, art objects. Ogman's dagger with an alchemical silver blade and a laminated whalebone handle and scabbard, 100 gold pieces. Okay, then. I can do this then. Ogman's dagger. It's not really an art object anymore. Now it's its own magic weapon. Because I think by default it was 50 gold pieces and it wasn't silver. Like Korinthe actually had this silver added onto it. This alchemical silver blade has a laminated whalebone handle and scabbard. I wish I'd put that number actually. I'll put it before the colon. Alright. Yeah, so I'll leave the gold piece value the same then. Oh yeah, I'll leave that there. Hey, I didn't even think about that, really. Alright, well, beyond that... So yeah, so we updated Channel Divinity, Divine Spark, Preserve Life, Turn Undead, and Sear Undead. Divine Interventions updated. Yeah, we went through this. That's all still the same. This is still the same. This portion about Wenta is still the same. Disciple of Life, Blessed Hero, that's all updated. Bim's this little block is still the same, and she got the new human feature. Yeah, Adamantic Chainmail, that's still the same. Ludwig's Shield. Necklace of Prayer Breeds. Prayer Breeds. Actually, I really didn't. I didn't really have magic items in mind. I probably should have looked this up. I don't think there's going to be that much of a change for the necklace, though. But I might as well double check. Here we go. This will be hopefully on page 280. It is, alright. This necklace has 1d4 plus 2 magic beads made from aquamarine, black pearl, or topaz. It also has many non-magical beads made from stones such as amber, bloodstone, citrine, coral, jade, pearl, or quartz. If the magic bead is removed, that bead loses magic. 6 types exist. The DM decides the type of each bead on the necklace or determines it randomly by rolling on the table. A necklace can have more than one bead of the same type. To use one, you must be wearing the necklace. Each bead contains a spell that you can cast from it as a bonus action, using your spell save DC if necessary. Once the spell is cast, you can't use it again until the next dawn. What do we have listed for her? This necklace has 2 magical beads of curing made of aquamarine, 2 magical beads of favor made of topaz, and many non-magical beads made of quartz. I'll close this out. Yeah, I clicked the one tab. Let's see, 1d4 plus 2. Right, yes, yeah, so say if you roll two on the die. Okay, yeah, 4. There you go, so 2 of one, 2 of the other. Aquamarine, Topaz. Aquamarine, Topaz, yeah, so I'm pretty sure it's all gonna be the same. Second level Cure Wounds. Yeah, Cure Wounds, level 2 version. Beads of Favor. Greater Restoration. If a bead is removed, the bead loses magic. Yeah, so she casts Cure Wounds, second level, or Lesser Restoration. Oh, they did drop that. And Greater Restoration from the Beads of Favor. Yeah, it used to be you could cast both spells from one bead. Yeah, I think originally I was going to play Variosa as an Oath of Vengeance Paladin, but then once I realized, you know, there was the anti-Paladin, the Oathbreaker, you know, I asked my DM and, you know, John was fine with it, so. And, you know, Variosa still played nice with the party, so. Wasn't a problem. Magic items. 135. Let's say 200. Here we go. Yeah, Curing. Cure Wounds, second level, or Lesser Restoration. Bead of Curing, Cure Wounds level 2, and that's it. And then we've got Bless. Browser's acting up. Not responding, that's not a good sign. Give it a moment, I hope. Bless, okay. Greater Restoration. Branding. Oh, yeah, that's right. They changed Shining Smite to Branding Smite. Not really sure why, but. Oh, they replaced Guardian of Faith with Planar Ally. That's new. And, yeah, Windwalk. Okay. Well, then that's another change. Let's see. While wearing the necklace, you can cast a spell from as a bonus action. Cure Wounds, second level, from the Beads of Curing, and Greater Restoration with the Beads of Favor. Alright. Now, how much of this stuff do I need to capitalize? I guess I should probably think of that. Beads of Curing. Beads of Favor. Cure Wounds. What happens if I add another... Okay, I'm not gonna put any extra quotations there. Might as well just capitalize Ever Burning Torch. Alright then. That should take care of that then. Yeah, I almost forgot about the treasure. Yeah, because I've always been like a fan of like the classic anti-paladin blackguard kind of character. And I thought, yeah, considering that Variosa is a drow of Lolth, you know, it would make the most sense. Granted, you know, she never really got a chance to use all of her abilities, but still. So that should take care of the equipment then. So let me just refresh this. Oh, I guess I could capitalize +1 shield. Oh. And yeah, all the spells should now be fully updated. Yeah, so Magic Initiate, Xanathar's Guide. Let's see, 6 Magic Initiates, so yeah, good berry there. Xanathar's Guide for Ceremony, I'll just keep that as well. And then 8 for the life domain spells. And I think that's it. I don't think I really need to change anything about Korinthe, so I guess I'll call it a day. Alright. So yeah, so now she's gone from being a folk hero to an artisan, which, you know, she's a brewer, so it does make sense. Alright. Well, with that said, alright, thank you for everybody who tuned in. So, yeah, because I actually do have a good aligned paladin too. Valentine Holiday, based on a character I had made for Adventure Quest, actually. Yeah, so she's like your traditional lawful good Oath of Devotion paladin. Yeah, they're very, very, very classic in her case. Okay. Thank you for everybody who tuned in. Thank you to Anthony Andrews, Courtney Springer, Rakora, who just joined today. Thank you very much. And Tiswaz1112 for the financial support. I very much appreciate it. And I should probably call it quits before my paladin, before my computer starts complaining. I actually have the side of the tower off so it gets more circulation, because I think it is starting to slow down a bit. Yeah, I've been going at this for almost 5 hours. Alright, and I guess I'll call it a day. And I think the next time I stream anything like this, I think maybe instead of just updating the character, I'll try something else. Not quite sure what though. We'll see what happens. Take care, everybody.